till it turns over 9 o'clock. The bells are ringing. Councillors, I'll declare the meeting open. Thank you very much for your attendance today. This meeting, of course, is open to the public and will be live streamed. I'd particularly like to thank all of you who are in the room today and acknowledge everyone watching on Council's social media channels. As we begin today, can I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, the Waka Waka, the Gaibil, the Jarrah and the Bigambal peoples, and can I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. April, of course, is an important month in the life of Australia when we recognise on Anzac Day and the days leading up to it and following it the tremendous sacrifices that were made by many people to give us the freedoms that many of us enjoyed in this great country. I think the legacy that they've left us has been amazing. This is a great country to live in. I think the legacy that we are working on at the moment in regard to the Olympic Games is something that could do a lot of good for the Toowoomba region. As you well know, during the month we had a visit from the Assistant Minister Nikki Boyd, MP, who discussed with us the Equestrian Centre of Excellence, as well as took some time to have a look at the dam where we're hoping to upgrade the spillway. The last weekend was probably one of the busiest weekends I've ever seen in Toowoomba, with not only the Red Hot Summer concert, but the meat stock, together with the gardens on the downs and many other things. And of course, yesterday we did have the opportunity of spending some time at the Wellcamp Airport with the first Bonza flight that flew into Toowoomba region, and I think that has enormous potential. And it's a great step forward for tourism in our area, and I hope that it is successful, and it will be successful if we do the very best we can to in fact use that flight. I'll now move to item 2 on the agenda, which is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting of leave of absence and declarations. There are no apologies, obviously. Anyone wishing to get leave of absence? Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, and then...
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I wish to be granted leave of absence from the committee meetings on the 9th and 10th of May 2023 and the special meeting of Council, if there is one, on the 3rd of May. Mayor, if I can just take a minute to give the reason I'm going to be away a plug. So I'm one of 16 people who are climbing to Everest Base Camp, raising money and awareness for Momentum Mental Health Facility in Russell Street. So yeah, 16 of us are all going. We're all raising $5,500 each, which is $1 per metre above sea level. And Mayor, I'm achingly close to my target. I'm at 5,440. So all those people that are watching online and in the gallery, if they've got a spare $60, Momentum Mental Health will thank you for it. So thank you, Mayor.
Just about to suggest that you were declaring an interest there, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, but thank you very much for doing what you're doing, and I'm very proud to have given you a level of support, and I hope that it works out beautifully for you, because the charity that you're working for is a great one. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to apply for a leave of absence for any special meeting that may be held between the 17th of May and the 23rd of May 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Melissa? Would someone like to move that Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor Melissa be granted that leave, please? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? It's carried. Councillor Nancy, you have a question?
I had a question too, Mayor, thanks. If I could have leave of absence from the 17th to the 23rd as well, please, of May.
Leave of absence for what period?
17th to the 23rd of May.
17th to 23rd of May. Any questions for Councillor Summerfield? Would someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor McDonald and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. Anybody else wishing? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. According to our diary, there is a special meeting of Council scheduled for Wednesday the 24th of May, and I seek a leave of absence. I'll be an apology from that meeting. Thank you.
Any questions for Councillor McMahon? Someone like to move accordingly? Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Melissa Taylor, those in favour? That's carried. Well, on the opposite end of the scale, I, of course, was to be away today in Canberra with the Council of Mayors in South East Queensland. I was granted leave of absence. Thank you very much for that, but that is not happening now. But after lunch today, I will be involved in a strategic planning session with the Council of Mayors, so I may be away from approximately 1:30 to 2 if the meeting is still continuing. Right, now we move then to declarations of interests. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. My declaration is as per last week, which is 8.1 Planning and Development Committee, item number 3, 2.41 CBD Heritage Incentives Policy, consideration of one application, 62 Neil Street. And I request that it be minted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3, 2.41 CBD Heritage Incentives Policy, consideration of one application, 62 Neil Street, Toowoomba City at the Planning and Development Committee meeting on the 11th of April 2023, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, as the relevant circumstances have not changed. Pardon me, changed. I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3, Community Grants Program 2022/23, Consolidated Approval March Round 2, Round 49, Domestic Violence Action Centre at the Environment and Community Committee meeting of the 12th of April 2023 of the Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. I will just say that the circumstances have changed in relation to that conflict. I was of the understanding that my brother-in-law was a member of DVAC, but it's actually, he's a member of Toowoomba Together Inc., which is supporting DVAC for the event that they're having out there. So I declared he was a member of DVAC, but he's actually not. It's Toowoomba Together. So my apologies to the room. I've had clarification on that.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Bill Carl.
Oh, I've got one more.
Oh, you've got one more? Sorry, my apologies, Bill.
I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, Regional Development Statistics Report, February 2023, at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of the 11th of April 2023, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Melissa?
No, thank you.
Councillor Bill Carl.
Thanks, Chair. It's in relation to last week, item 3, Community Grants Program 2022-23, Consolidated Approval March Round 2. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3, Community Grants Program 22-23, Consolidated Approval March Round 2 at the Environment and Community Committee meeting of 12th April 23, and of my decision to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting was being held while the matter was being discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Councillor Nancy Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 3, Community Grants Program 22-23, Consolidated Approval March Round 2, Row 17, Highfields District Kindergarten Association Incorporated at the Environment and Community meeting of 12th of April, and of my decision to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting was being held while this application was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. I request that it be minuted that I am a member of the Gumbunji branch of the Queensland Country Women's Association, and the Queensland Country Women's Association is an applicant organisation on row 30. Cambodia Land Care Association, an applicant organisation on row 47, and Toowoomba Historical Society, an applicant organisation of row 65. I have no conflict as I am a non-executive member of these non-profit organisations or clubs. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Anybody else that has a declaration to make? If not, we'll move to item 3, which is a confirmation of minutes of various meetings. Firstly, the ordinary meeting held on the 21st of March, at which all councillors were present. Would someone like to move? Councillor McDonald has moved, Councillor McMahon has seconded. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to item 3.2, which is a special meeting to consider the adoption of the 22-23 February budget review held on the 29th of March. Councillor O'Shea, Councillor Summerfield and myself were absent from that meeting. Would someone who was at that meeting wish to move? Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That's carried. Move them to item 3.3, a special meeting, Crestbrook Dam Project Alliance Agreement for Dam Safety Upgrade Project held on the 29th of March 2023. Absent on that day was Councillors O'Shea, Councillor Summerfield and myself. Someone who was at the meeting wish to move, please. Councillor McDonald and Councillor Carol Taylor, those in favour? That is carried. Move then to item 3.4, a special meeting development assessment. Councillors Nancy Summerfield and Melissa Taylor were absent on that day, the 5th of April. Would someone who was at that meeting wish to move? That be Councillor Carl and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That's carried. Anybody wishing to bring any matters up in relation to the minutes of any of the recent approvals? Okay, we'll move from that. We move to item 5, which is a presentation of petitions. Councillor McMahon, I believe you have a petition to present in relation to International Standard Athletic Facility for the Darling Downs.
Yes, thank
Councillor
you, Chair.
McMahon.
I would love to present this very well written, I will say, petition today from the athletics community in Toowoomba, and I will read it out. We therefore request Council to build an international certified athletics facility that includes tartan running track, sports facilities, change rooms, storage facilities, meeting rooms, disability access and suitable parking. And we draw this petition to make the athletics facility a priority when commencing works on the new sports complex, presumably at Charlton. Chair, this petition has handwritten letters by about 30 different members of the athletics community, including our most recent Olympian, Brielle Urbacher, and has names and signatures of around 90 members of the athletics community as well. So I'll happily table that in this meeting. Thank you, Chair.
And you're happy to move its acceptance, Councillor McMahon? Would you bring it down, please? Seconded by Councillor Summerfield. Any comments in respect to it? In some of the discussions I've been having with the Vice-Chancellor, I think there is a degree of interest at the NESQ in respect to further enhancing the facilities they have. But what the athletic community is saying in that there's a lack of an appropriate track in Toowoomba is exactly right. Any other comments? Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and excuse my voice. In a perfect world, it would be absolutely amazing to be able to have these facilities, and we as a community should have them. But local government, being the lowest funded government that there is, we have no hope of providing anything like this without some help from the other tiers of government or a big corporate person. I'd also bring to Council's attention that the archery people now have a non-conforming field out there at Charlton because the bypass goes too closely to it. So we do have a lot of areas, and I do support, I know we all do, everyone sitting around this table supports our athletic community over all those disciplines. So I hope that our job, I guess, is just to continue to liaise and lobby so that we can manage at some stage to have these facilities here that our athletes deserve. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I think there's a fair bit of work happening. I note in recent texts that I received overnight, there's a fair chance that OCOG may meet in Toowoomba in the not too distant future. We've certainly put a number of things on the agenda for the state government. We have Assistant Minister Anthony Chisholm coming to town the next 2 weeks. and we'll be certainly giving him a good rundown on what we need in Toowoomba. There's no doubt after the weekend that we've just gone to that Toowoomba is growing and maturing, and there's so many things we need. There's so much potential. But what you say, Councillor Taylor, about the lack of funding for local government is absolutely true, and I think it boils down on the part of the other levels of government. It all boils down to me to a lack of respect for the role that we play and the expectations there are of us. So thank you very much. I'll put that to the vote and move by the matter in respect to the presentation of Councillor McMahon. I don't think that's gone to the vote yet, has it? Those in favour? It's carried, thank you. Item 6, there's no business that I wish to bring forward at this point in time. So we'll move then to item 7, which is the reception of deputations and delegations by appointment. Today, we're fortunate to have the Darling Downs Regional Alliance here, represented by a number of people, and thank you very much for doing what you're doing, because I think all those years ago when there was that terrible thing called an amalgamation that happened, it tore the heart out of many communities. They didn't have that individual representation, and no matter where I go, I hear that story, particularly in my hometown. So those who will be speaking today are Kate Venables, who's the President of the Toowoomba Chamber, and Nikki McQueen, the President of Mulmerran Commerce and Progress. If you wish to come down here, please, and present. Sorry? Oh, if you wish to sit up here, you can sit in these two chairs here. Sorry, there's other levels of authority here, and they've told me.
Can I, without completely messing the proceedings, there was actually a couple of others who might like, very briefly, we know we've got a time limit, but would like to kind of say their bit. Is that okay in terms of if we give you their names? We know we've got 10 minutes. We've got a script. We can't go off script, I promise you. What do you think?
Go for your life.
Alrighty. So, thank you very much, everyone, for enabling us to come along this morning. As we begin, and in this year of the referendum, I would really like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land upon which we meet and recognise elders past, present and emerging, and pay our respects to them and pay our respects to anyone who identifies this morning. We are delighted to be here. Mayor, thank you so much for the invitation. It was with great delight that we accepted it. And one of the things at the Regional Alliance we have noted is how welcoming and engaging Council has been as we've had conversations. So thank you for the time and effort that you've already put in, and we look forward to many more positive opportunities. To set the scene in terms of who we are, the Darling Downs Regional Alliance was born out of initial discussions really between Toowoomba and Crow's Nest in 2019, and then it kind of blossomed from there. And I think, as all good alliances do, it really started with conversations and a bit of a meeting and a cup of tea, and next second we had a group going. We're not a formal partnership. We don't have any sort of legal oversight or anything like that, but we are a group of like-minded folk who are representatives of chambers and progress associations and community groups. So today we have, as part of our regional alliance, I'm going to read these because the names always get me confused. We have the Crow's Nest Progress Recreation and Tourism Association, the Highfields Chamber of Commerce, the Mulmerran Commerce and Progress Association, the Oakey Chamber of Commerce, the Pittsworth District Alliance, Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce, along with the Clifton Chamber of Commerce and Yarraman and District Progress Association. Aren't you glad you don't have that on a business card? And as the Mayor mentioned, we are the only group, as far as we understand it, who have a similar footprint to the pre-amalgamated space, and we're really proud of that. We represent almost 1,000 businesses, and so what that means is we have ears on the ground and hear issues as they bubble up and arise in our communities, and that's an enormous privilege. And we really work hard to have a sense of understanding needs that need to be advocated for, whether that's to council or other spaces, that we want to do some networking and training. And we've been looking recently at funding opportunities, in fact, that may enable us to kind of do some work together to continue to ensure the longevity of both our associations and our membership. To date, we've had some great conversations. We have talked about things like too much red tape, the lack of parks and facilities maintenance, some of the challenges around having enough council staff as we know to keep our places looking beautiful. We've talked about the lack of consultation on master plans and some of the challenges that sit around volunteer inductions. And we've had some good conversations about possible solutions moving forward. You know, it's always a good thing when people want you to come visit. And one of the solutions or the invitations we would like to extend is that, that council consider moving around and having rotating council meetings. I know that that has been something that's been discussed, but I want to put back on the table again, at least as an option, because you know what? Sometimes people don't want you to come to their party, and we want you to come not just to our parties, but to our towns and have your council meetings, because the value of having you in that space in formal ways is really important. Obviously, there's lots of things we could talk about. I'm going to give you one thing from Toowoomba, and then I'm going to be delighted to invite everyone else up to come and talk very briefly about their one thing. It's not going to come as a surprise to you, actually. I probably had a couple, but I had to whittle it down to one. So my one thing in terms of the Toowoomba Chamber that we're really wanting to have a conversation about here, very briefly, at least initially, is the concept of our autumn feast. As you know, Dine Darling Downs is a fabulous platform. It gets 100,000 hits every month. People love good food, and there's always beautiful pictures. There's always new opportunities to discover things. And the combination of Dine Darling Downs and the Chamber and the wider regional alliance, we think we could absolutely have some extraordinary impact for the Autumn Feast. Our application is in now. We really hope that you consider that. And to be on the most optimistic I can be, I look forward to hearing positive news about the funding application. There are other great conversations that we want to have. So Nikki is going to talk now about Millmerran.
I'll read quickly. So I've brought you two topics from Millmerran. The first being the overland flooding is a major issue for a large portion of residents and businesses in Millmerran. This issue has been raised with council for a number of years, and unfortunately the water is still making its way inside buildings during large rain events, of which there have been many, and we had one just the other day. A drainage channel was dug behind the shops in 2015. However, the water lapses and runs straight into the back of the Campbell Street shops. If the stormwater drainage was kept adequately maintained, this would help. However, they are often blocked with leaves and rubbish due to not enough parks and garden staff. Another item we'd like to see rectified is the Millmerran Library to return to opening hours of 5 days per week as it was before COVID caused a re-evaluation of all business structures. The library is a hub of our small town, and with a bustling community of international workers looking to stay in touch with home via the public computers, young families being regular visitors for story time and a quiet place for their children, plus of course the art foyer with a steady turnover of exhibitions throughout the year, the residents of Millmerran are keen to see the announced library reviews see the necessary change back to Monday and Friday opening hours again, please. I'm also just going to read to you from Crow's Nest. The Crow's Nest Progress Recreation and Tourism Association, newly named after the amalgamation with the Crow's Nest Tennis Club. Firstly, they would like to thank you and the executive staff for providing the Crow's Nest community with support staff, namely Kylie Jeffress and Tony Bowman, and also the staff at the Community Service Centre. The issue they would like to see highlighted today is more flexibility, and with the TRC Park booking form, including the hazard identification and risk assessment at the end of the application, as it's too complex and time-consuming. They'd also like to see TRC to access local road closures, case by case, for not-for-profit events with consideration of waiving the high council fees. Roads are generally closed due to reducing safety risks and should be encouraged if the roads show no obvious obstructions to local traffic. They would be glad to discuss these issues at a later date with you all. Thank you.
Looks like Pittsworth to me.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, I am representing Pittsworth, and so that's why we're here today to speak on the behalf of our community. With 90 members in our alliance, we are a strong and committed group who have a huge effort into the engagement and support of our members, and the concern is a lack of community consultation by council on things happening in our town. This is a very, very real sense that council as an organisation is Toowoomba-centric in its focus and does not understand the individual communities it represents, nor the impact of some of its decisions. The good news is that Pittsworth is a very welcoming community. As over the weekend we had our showcase in Pittsworth, and the town absolutely buzzing all weekend, so it was really good. So we would be delighted to also have both elected officials and staff pay more regular formal visits and take opportunities to get to know us all better. Thank you.
Okay, who's next?
I've just been told I'll do Yarraman as well. Sadly, our Yarraman guys are not able to be here this morning, but have a significant issue that they would like raised. And even more importantly, they have a solution. As you may be aware, their government-funded driver reviver van has been withdrawn from use in Yarraman, which has saddened them all. Given how important it is, the Heritage Museum has decided to take this project on. However, they have very limited open hours due to lack of volunteers. They are seeking an alternative venue and believe that the building in Errol Munt Park, which council built a little while ago and houses school and progress equipment in one half of it, would be a better outlet for the driver reviver services, combined with an information centre to be relocated, with some minor modifications that would promote Yarraman and district so much more. I'll introduce the representative from Highfields.
Thank you. Dean Detterer, representing the Highfields Chamber of Commerce. The one issue I want to raise today was the Highfields Town Centre. Development of the town centre will be a critical economic driver for Highfields and the broader region. The proposed retail, health and mixed commercial precincts will provide essential services for the growing community once they're developed, and also assist with generating employment opportunities for local youth, as well as much needed infrastructure for local businesses, such as professional office and health service business accommodation. The Central Highfields Structure Plan was adopted by Council in December 2019, and a divestment strategy was endorsed by Council last year in July 2022, some 9 months ago. We urge action for commencement of the divestment strategy and suggest exploring options to expedite the process, such as potentially outsourcing the project management of the strategy. We highlight that the divestment will also generate revenue for Council and free up substantial invested capital, in addition to providing extensive benefits for the Highfields and district communities. We therefore seek a commitment to commence the sale process for initial precincts as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Can I just simply say that I think it was a stroke of good luck that we were able to purchase that and control it, but we're certainly talking about it. I mean, the alternative may have been for a private sector body to buy it, and the initial story I heard was about a demountable retirement village, and at my state of maturity, I don't want to be in anything like that, thanks, in 10 years' time. So I think you'd find that the fact that we've bought it gives us control, and there'll be more discussion happening in the not too distant future, is my understanding. Who's next?
Can I wind up and then leave it with many bright minds? I guess I just wanted to note that I caught a few minutes of a committee meeting that talked about the Regional Alliance minutes, and I thought it might just be sensible to talk about them here, just in as much as to clarify things. We are very happy to ensure that they are de-identified, recognising that that had caused some concern, and that they are really only meant to be like a very informal record for our own internal purposes. So apologies if that had caused anyone some grief, but we're really very happy to make that change. And on that note, we're looking forward to having everyone come along then to Millmerran in August, where they promise it'll be warm and lots of great food in a wonderful venue, and we are delighted and want to thank Council for being willing to fund that. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for coming in. Are there any brief questions, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say how fantastic I found you guys coming in. I mean, in the absence of us not going out and having our meetings, which I am in favour of, in the regional towns, I would like to see this happen as a much more regular process, maybe a couple of times a year at least, because it really highlights to us and the community, the broader community, what the issues are for people in the regions, and I really like the formality of it. I think it's fantastic. Thank you.
Any further points, Councillor McDonald?
Thank you. Thanks everyone for your presentations, and well done, Kate. It was sort of like a speed dating session. You did very well, I'd suggest, so well done. Was there any information from Oki at all?
Sadly, we have not been able to track those down. I think the reality sometimes is when you have very small volunteer organisations and folk are obviously in business. I mean, the irony is it's literally the whole business thing, isn't it? That there are kind of ups and downs. I mean, we know that they have obviously made opportunity to come along to the meetings, but we would certainly be happy to keep following that up and send that through because obviously they will have appropriate regional issues as well.
Good. Just follow up on that. Just noting through the minutes of some of the things that came up through there, and I guess also Clifton as well, you know, when they get the opportunity. So, but no, I applaud you for what you're doing. It's lovely for us to go to those meetings and hear firsthand with the collective group under a little bit less time constraints. But today's a good opportunity as well publicly. So, thanks.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too applaud the initiative. I think it's really good. I just ask that the dates be put in plenty of time. I have not yet been able for clashes to get to either of the meetings that have been held, and it's disappointing for myself. We do have the minutes, but I think, you know, it's just fantastic. But it's important we have Clifton because my old shire of Cambodia is out that way, and there's no one there for the south, which have just the same, have issues as well. So, and I know you can't go and hunt that up, but I just think that it's wonderful the way you're sharing and presenting other people's cases. And we can't be all things to all people, but it's wonderful to hear what concerns the community on the ground. And, you know, we can probably help to raise understanding about those issues if there's, you know, if there's issues around that. And it's wonderful to know that the community is creating community, so to speak, because that's not council's job. Communities make communities, not councils, and to have organisations in your community, working in your community, actually engender that sense of community. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Well, thank you very much for coming in. Can I just say in conclusion that I'm involved in a few organisations such as this. One is the Council of Mayors in South East Queensland. Three main goals in their life, 45-minute region, Olympic Games and city deals. My suggestion to you is that you do what that sort of group has done and store it together with a group I've got west of here, which is not formal, but it's getting things done. Things are moving forward, like bringing the Dharma in, that's bringing people in from overseas more quickly, all those sort of things. We've got a study done on the roads and so forth by the CSIRO. It's not a formal organisation, but it's an organisation with a limited number of goals that are worth doing for the community. And I think the potential for your organisation to do exactly that and to inform the community broadly speaking, particularly council, I think would be is a good idea. Come together, a limited number of goals, but make sure everyone will benefit from those goals. And in terms of going around having meetings, we've tried that in the early days. I'm a great believer in hall meetings, barbecues, you know, getting together and just talking. I think that's one of the better ways in my time in local government to actually communicate. So no doubt there's a subject there for us to discuss. But can I just say thank you very much for coming in. Thanks for what you're doing for your community. You're filling a gap that's been left by amalgamation, I think, and gradually we'll work through that and get it better as an organisation. But once again, thank you very much. Councillors, would you give them a clap, please?
Thank you.
Right, councillors, we'll move now into item 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. And I will just point out our values of accountability, safety and wellbeing, teamwork, honesty and respect. We'll move to item 8.1, which is the Planning and Development Committee. The first motion will be item 6. And then there'll be a second motion, which will be item 3, and a third motion, which will be item 4. Would someone like to move the receipt of item 6, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has moved that. A seconder, please. Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? That is carried. I'll move to the second motion. I'll make reference to Councillor McDonald's declaration of a conflict of interest, and of course a division is required. Would someone like to move item 3, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. A seconder, please. Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. We'll move then to the third motion, item 4, where Councillor Melissa Taylor has a declaration of interest. Would someone like to move item 4, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has moved that. Councillor McDonald has seconded. Those in favour? That is carried. We'll move to the next item, which is item 8.2, Water and Waste Committee. Nothing there. Would someone like to move that the report be received? Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Summerfield. Are those in favour? That is carried. We'll move then to the item 8.3, and that is the Infrastructure Committee report. There's nothing there. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. We'll move then to item 8.4. And Councillor Carl, you wish to leave the room. You've indicated. Thank you. Motion number 1 is that Council approve the application for the funding of Domestic Violent Action Centre, row 49 of the attachment 1, under the overarching 2.59 Community Grants Policy and associated guidelines 22-23, March round 2, in the sum of 1,500 as requested. Councillor Von Hoff has moved that. Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded. Those in favour? That is carried. We move then to motion 2. The division has been, yep. Move then to motion 2. Sorry. All good. Move down to motion 2. That Council approve the application for funding of the Cambodia Land Care Association Incorporated, row 47 of attachment 1, under the overarching 2.59 Community Grants Policy and associated guidelines 22-23, March round 2, to the sum of $6,358. Those in a mover, please. Councillor McMahon has moved. A seconder, Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. We'll move to item 3. That Council approve the application for funding by Hope for Our Children, row 40 of attachment 1, under the overarching 2.59 Community Grants Policy and associated guidelines 2023 March round, in the sum of 2,500 as requested. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Von Hoff has moved. Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to motion 4, that Council approve the application for funding by the Pittsworth District Alliance, row 48 of attachment 1, under the overarching 2.59 Community Grants Policy and associated guidelines 2023, March round 2, the sum of 2,250 as requested. Councillor McMahon has moved. Councillor Shine has seconded. Those in favour? That is carried. Right, we move to item 5. Council approve the application for just a moment. The application of the Pittsworth District Alliance, row 38 of attachment 1, under the overarching Community Grants Policy, associated guidelines, to the sum of $2,471.50. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That's carried. Motion 6. Council approve the application for funding by Yarraman District Progress Association, row 58 of attachment 1, under the overarching Community Grants Policy, associated guidelines, the sum of $4,994 as requested. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Shine, and a seconded by Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? That is carried.
Chair, I've got another one, if I could, please.
Sorry?
I've got another one after that one, thanks. That was the last one, wasn't it?
No, it's not. I've got 2 more, 3.
Oh, have you?
3 more motions, yes. Motion 7, that Council approve the application for funding by Highfields.
Oh, I've got to get out.
Highfield District Association. Yes, Councillor Summerfield, thank you. Association, row 17 of attachment, under the 2.59 Community Grants Policy and associated guidelines, as recommended in attachment 1. Do I have a mover? Councillor O'Shea, Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. Would you let Councillor Summerfield back, please? Move then to motion 8, that council approve the application for funding by the Emu Creek Catchment Landcare Group, row 69 of attachment 1, under the overarching 2.59 community grants policy, associated guidelines, to the sum of $7,500. Do I have a mover? Councillor Summerfield and Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? That is carried. We move then to motion 9. It's there before you, but the council approve application for funding. Sorry?
That's for the remaining ones, isn't it? So I've
That's
got
the remaining, motion 9 is the remaining remaining matters that haven't been covered.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If you could indulge me, I'd also like, Kirsten, would you mind bringing down the wording of those previous ones, please, so I can use it? That council approved the application for funding for the Toowoomba and Golden West Caravan Club, which is line 59, and it's for an amount of $1,697.50. Councillors will recall that we were approached by the Toowoomba and Golden West Caravan Club explaining the process that had occurred, and it would appear that there could have been some confusing advice provided to the club in relation to their submission, and we understand that there is economic benefit from this as well. And I'd just like to move that council consider approving that one as well for $1,697.50.
Councillor McMahon, you've seconded that. Is there anyone from the grants group that would like to come down and make any comments on that as to why it was in the position that it was? Nick? I think it's appropriate that we have an explanation from our senior staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. My explanation will just be a high-level overview, recapping the application. It was in the Community Support Grant Program, and it was for the purpose of purchasing a power distribution system, colloquially known as a splitter box, to assist them with their caravanning exercise. The reason that it wasn't recommended for funding by the assessment panel is that that splitter box would remain in the ownership of the caravan park for their purposes and didn't have the broader economic benefit. It's not economic benefit, sorry, broader community benefit normally sought to meet the criteria of that grant program.
Any other comments from you? Any other questions around the room?
Question, if I might. So that what we would be funding would be staying in private ownership with a private business?
Not so much in private ownership, but in the ownership of that club for the benefit of its members. It's a club, it's an incorporated association, so for the benefit of its members, who admittedly visit our towns and stay overnight and spend money for the benefit of that local economy.
Do you wish to go into debate, or is there any other questions you wish to ask? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question, please, GM Nick. I'm assuming that the amount of $1,697.50 is able to be funded. There was enough funds in the...
Yes, there's surplus, well, available funds, unallocated funds in that particular grant program. Yes, yes.
Thank you.
It took me 3 goes to find the right words too.
Councillor Summerfield, a comment?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to mention that I think at last week's meeting, my recollection was, and we can watch the minutes, but that it should have been submitted under the Community Economic Development Program, and that would have been a more suitable place for it to go. So given that we've reached the point at the end of our funding now, we do have that amount of money left over which hasn't been taken up. Is there any reason why we still couldn't do that under this process? And
I think that's a very logical suggestion, Councillor Summerfield. You're right, the comments probably would have been better suited under the Community Economic Development Program. And you're right, there was some misunderstanding of
Yeah.
communications in the advice that was given to the applicant. I think the advice that was given was correct, but there was some misunderstandings along the way. Our policy allows for a moderation panel to meet and make recommendations for additional funding where those unallocated funds exist. So if it had been applied for under the Community Economic Development Program, which is fully subscribed, there's still the opportunity for that moderation panel to recommend the movement of funds between programs. So it's a very logical suggestion.
Excellent. And please don't consider this a criticism at all. I mean, the complexities of these grants is phenomenal, and you're dealing with a lot of them. So, excuse me, there's no criticism on my part, but I think it would be great. I think I've caught Councillor Carroll's, excuse me, bug. So if that could be indulged, that would be fantastic. Thanks.
Can I suggest that that would be operational, would it, in terms of transferring that from one pool to the other, Brian?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, there's not an issue in council just reallocating those sums.
So what Brian has just said is that can be done operationally. Okay, any other comments around the room in respect to this? This is motion number 9, I think, is it? And there'll be a new number 9, which will, the previous number 9 will go to number 10. It's before you, motion number 9. Council approve the application for funding the Toowoomba and Golden West Caravan Club, row 59 of attachment 1 under the overarching 2.59 community grant policy, associated guidelines, a sum of $1,697.50. Any comments? I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried.
Mr Mayor, can
Sorry.
I please pull out? I'm at a disadvantage. I can't get back to it.
Did I not have a second? Sorry, my humblest apologies. Councillor McMahon had a, yeah.
I'm at a disadvantage. I can't get it up on here and I forgot to bring my sheet up. I'd actually like to pull out the Queensland Women's Country Championships for the golfers in light of the information we had that it was here all the time, and it's not. It's open to lobbying to bring it here. And if we're talking about economic benefit, having been one of those golfers, once you'd spend at least $5,000 on a weekend by the time you get to the shops and other things. And other council areas bid for that championship. So if we to pull the other one out, and if we're looking at it as far as an spend in our community, then I think that this one is just as actually brings just as much. I would actually say it brings a whole lot more because there are a whole lot of people come from all over Queensland. Right. And I would like to move that we approve that application in light of the fact that we were told at the meeting, and it was just an honest mistake, that the women's was here all the time. I was reasonably aware that it wasn't. It goes round to other fields like Roma, Gundawindi and other places wherever the councils put in. So I'd like that re-looked at. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor, we might just get the wording right and the amount of money right for that. This will be motion 10, Golf Australia Limited. Can some of our staff who've got the information in front of them please support Kirsten to get everything up on screen there? Oh, we've got it here. So it's item 56. Item 56 of attachment 1. And how much money was that for? 5,000?
The request, sorry, Mayor, the request is
Well,
for
we've got to
10,000.
move if you wish to go into debate, or do you wish to just correct?
I'll just explain, the request was for 10,000 and it's been approved at committee for 5,000. Is that, that's the one.
It was, I thought it was declined.
No, it's been approved through the matrix for 5,000.
So thank you, that's my mistake. I'm leave it. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm quite happy with how it is. Thank you.
Quite happy with the
yes,
$5,000?
Yeah, thank you. I got a little bit confused. I thought we had given them nothing.
So we can
I'm happy to have it the way it is with 5,000. Thank you.
Right. So we'll now move to We'll now move to the final motion, motion 10. And if you don't mind, I will read it out so there's no confusion. That council approve the application for funding under the overarching 2.59 community grants policy and associated guidelines 2023, March round 2 as recommended in attachment 1, with the exception of rows 49, 47, 40, 48, 38, 58, 17 and 69, that the eligible and unsuccessful applicants for funding under the overarching community grants policy be advised accordingly, that unallocated funds from each grant program be consolidated into the community support grant program via the approved budget movement. So I have a mover, Councillor O'Shea. Seconder, please, Councillor McMahon. Anybody wishing to discuss the matter? I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's carried. Could someone please get Councillor Carl back in the room? That's right. Councillors, we'll now move to Finance and Business Strategy Committee. Anyone wishing to take any of the matters out there for separate consideration? Not, would someone move move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Shine and Councillor McDonald, those in favour? That's carried. We move then to item 8.6, which is the Economic Development Committee, where there are two matters. Segra Foundation National Regional Economic Development Summit in Toowoomba, and secondly, the Darling Downs Regional Alliance meetings in October 2022 and February 2023. Someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor McMahon and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, those in favour? That's carried. Councillors will then move to item 9, which is the monthly financial performance statement. Anne-Marie.
Good morning, councillors. So I'm presenting the monthly performance statement as required by section 204 of the local government regulation. So this is for the period ending 31st of March 2023. So on page 21 of 294, as you can see there, we've highlighted the March implications. So you will note that rate notices issued on the 3rd of February were due on the 8th of March. So that explains really our cash holdings at the 31st of March. So there was 130 million unrestricted cash, which equates to 5.76 months. So that's compared with Queensland Treasury Corporation's target of 2 to 4. And with the department's draft sustainability guideline target of greater than 2 months. So that's quite a healthy cash position at the end of March. With the figures presented today, the February budget review was included, and so that's reflective in the budget's actuals variances that have been reported. Also, during March, the Register of Fees and Charges was adopted. On page 26 of 294 of Diligent Boards, the financial performance summary. So you'll note that most components of the consolidated financial performance statement are tracking to budget. And again, that's what you'd anticipate immediately after a budget review has been adopted. To date, 64% of Council's 23-24 Capital Works programme has been delivered, and it is anticipated that works will ramp up over the final quarter. this financial year, and at this stage the total programme of 173 million is anticipated to be substantially delivered. If we move to the consolidated financial performance statement on page 28, so I did provide councillors on Friday and yesterday with commentary around this statement. So overall, operating income tracking to budget with a variance of less than 1%. The challenges around flood recovery, grant funding, receipt and recognition, I think is evident by the results shown there. Overall operation expenditures tracking well, a variance of 2.6 million or 1%. And again, this is what we'd like to see, income slightly up than where we anticipate, and expenditure slightly down. Capital income, again, tracking to budget with a variance of 1%, but again, flood recovery works, tracking below budget and will need to be closely monitored. Capital expenditure tracking below budget with an overall variance of 6%. We have delivered $111 million worth of capital works to date, compared with 91 million for the same period last year. So this is a sound achievement in light of our labour challenges and supply chain issues. Specifically, the programmes that are trailing at the moment within our construction and maintenance team, there's about 4.7 million below budget. Within property services, there's 1.85 million, water project services 1 million, and ICT 735,000. That's offset by flood recovery works within capital works, which are above budget by 1.7 million. Our dam safety projects are tracking to budget this current financial year. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the GM? No, Councillor Shine.
Thanks. Just go to, if we could go to page 30, under finance and business, the cyber security initiatives, that project is 10% complete. Is that in line with what the expected rate of completion was or is?
So that's the practical completion, and as you can see, there's no actuals there. So what we've been out to the market 3 times to recruit resources in the cybersecurity space to deliver the programme of works that were adopted. We've been unable to secure that resource until this week. So what we've done instead is using our operational income, and we've got consultants doing the work that we were going to do ourselves. So it's become operational expenditure rather than capital, but there still has been a body of work undertaken, and we still anticipate with this new resource hitting the ground running that we will achieve what we set out to achieve earlier on this year.
Thank you. Just one more if I could. You mentioned at the beginning that rate notices were due and to be paid by the 8th of March, and previously our record was outstanding in terms of early. Is there any trend discernible from
so we do that measure twice a year, and we report that in our operation plan, so at the 31st of December and at the 30th of June each year. But I'm happy to bring an update in the end of April report, so the May ordinary meeting, just how we're tracking compared to same time last year.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments in respect to this report? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Anne-Marie. Just looking, 2 questions, both relatively straightforward. On page 26, the capital works expenditure at the end of March would put my calculations as 75% of the year, and we're an average of 64. I think you're going to tell me that more happens towards the end of the year and that will catch up. But I have been briefed on fleet and logistics at 39%. Just wondering if you have the knowledge to be able to run through that. But if you're otherwise happy that we'll
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. When we were looking at budget review 2, we did an analysis of the last 5 years of the trends in capital expenditure, and it was easy to highlight how our expenditure ramps up April, May, and then significantly in June. So June is usually 2 to 3 times the month average. And if we deliver, as we have over the last 5 years, we will achieve the 173 million.
Great answer, thank you. Second of all, if I may, I just wanted to query with General Manager Nick that on the top projects on page 30, the Rockville Clubhouse is at 45%. I have a grand opening for that this Saturday. Are we on track, or is there a number discrepancy there? Thanks, Nick.
Councillor Tim, I'd suggest that that's a discrepancy in the reporting. I'm not sure why that's being reported at 45%. I'd need to ask some questions, but you're right, the opening's on Saturday, so it's a whole lot more complete than 45%, yes.
Thank you, Nick. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? If not, any comments? Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Would someone like to move the receipt of that report? Councillors McDonald and Shine. Those in favour? That's carried. Move then to item 10, group reports. 10.1 is the planning and development. Nicola.
Good morning, councillors, and I'd like to take the report as read and open up to any questions that you may have.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Shine.
Thank you. Thanks, GM. Just on that first item, under strategic planning and economic development, officers attended that workshop. Do you know what our in general terms, what our input might have been, what we might have proposed, contributing to that workshop?
Thank you for the question, councillor. I don't know the full details of what we have contributed, but we are part of some reasonably large working groups, and those meetings are occurring quite frequently, and I'm happy to take that question on notice.
Any further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Chair, through to Nicola. Thank you, Nicola, for the report. Just based on, I'm pretty sure you were here before when the Alliance spoke, and particularly around Highfields Chamber in regard to the Highfields Town Centre. I'm just wondering if you could give us an update, or perhaps it's a further report that comes to Council on the views of the operational arm of Council on how we progress that, or timeframes, given the many other competing interests, and perhaps it ties in with perhaps the vacancy that is in that area for economic development. So if you could just elaborate on that.
Thank you, councillor. So we're referring there to the Central Highfields divestment strategy. We're updating the board charter so that it is able to has jurisdiction to make broader decisions. So initially it was quite a narrow charter, and we've got the assistance of legal and governance in terms of that, and we'll be able to bring a report back to the council so that we can discuss progress in relation to the divestment strategy and divesting that land.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. GM Nicola, I wonder if you might bring the rest of the council up to speed with and consider including it in our group report about what's happening with the planning scheme.
Thank you, councillor. So we do plan to bring a confidential paper to council for next month, and we'll also do an information session, and that is probably the best way to appraise council, and we can provide a comprehensive overview then of not only the planning scheme but also the future local government infrastructure plan, and how the progress of the team is going in that respect.
Any further questions around the room? Councillor Shine.
Yeah, just get some clarification on under development services, the third dot point. There are three pre-lodgement requests were received, but no formal pre-lodgement meetings held. So one assumes there was no pre-lodgement meetings in March. Is that unusual and is it indicative of some economic circumstance in operating in Toowoomba at the moment?
Thank you, Councillor Shine. So for those pre-lodgements, there are criteria that must be met for a formal meeting. However, this probably doesn't show the extent of the informal meetings or the meetings that we arrange on request, which are very numerous. But I'm not sure in terms of whether that is sort of indicative of the average for the months or whether it might be of sort of greater significance. But I'm happy to take that question on notice for you.
Are there any further questions for the GM? Councillor Somerville.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Nicola. The SEQ regional plan, which Councillor Kerry raised before, I read that too, and I wondered, you know, we're providing input. This is a really important plan, has great potential or impacts for us as a council, and I just wondered, you know, can we be briefed on what sort of things were actually fed in, because we need to be sure that it actually aligns with the board's views on what that should be for the future. Would that be possible?
Thank you, Councillor. We'd be very happy to provide a brief to Council. We do have teams from across our portfolio involved, whether it's in planning or infrastructure or economic development. So it is quite, we are well represented, but we would be more than happy to provide a briefing paper to Council so that we can take you on the journey as well.
Further questions? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Nicola. Just wanted to pick up, under the development services, we only had 1 of 5 return on the due date. 2 were by a day. The other 2 probably delayed because they came to us or something. But obviously our staff are working very hard to try and get those timelines met, because it's a reportable outcome to us every month. I'm wondering if do we need to extend our timelines? Do we need to do anything of that to give, I mean, it looks to me like our staff are really trying, and then things come up that are out of their control, and then, you know, they feel bad because it's 20% or whatever. So is there anything we can do to make that timeline easier to deal with, I suppose?
Thank you, Councillor. That's a very good question. Part of the reviews that I've sought to have undertaken since my arrival, one of those is called the Internal Referral Partnership Agreement. And so when an application does come in, it doesn't only sit with planning, it also goes down through our the primary referrals, so within, say, engineering or plumbing, etc., and then out to our secondary referral partners, which are across the networks of the other GMs. So we've just had a review of the agreement, so that is currently being finalised. So all of the networks were involved in that review, and it looked at things like how much time is allocated to the different areas to consider applications, whether it's sufficient, whether there are ways that we can improve the way that we deal with applications internally, including timeframes, etc. So I'd be happy to bring back a report to Council. So that was only, I think the draft was only a week old and has gone back to the different networks to actually workshop a new agreement together. So I'd be happy to provide more information about that to Council in coming weeks.
Any further questions? If not, would someone move the receipt of the Planning and Development report, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Bill Carl, those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much, Nicola. We now move to Water and Waste. Damien.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. If we may take the report as read, Mr Mayor, and go to questions.
Are there any questions for the GM on this report? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Damien. Damien, it's actually the last little bit on page. Must be page 40. I think it is in waste services, waste collection, reports of overweight bins. Council has a limit of 70 kilos. Is there mitigation measures that we have, or how do we? Must admit, I've never weighed my bin, and it obviously could cause some significant damage to equipment. You certainly know if it's very heavy, but I wouldn't know if it's 70 kgs. Would you? Is there a way that gives people some idea of what it says here, that it's wet foliage more than anything, to put that in there? But is there any mitigation, a way of educating community or what have you that we do to assist in that area?
There's a couple of things. We JJs have a sensor on their arm that lifts the bin. So if a bin was particularly overweight, it was going to risk damaging the machinery. There would have to be some manual intervention. But I might get Natalie to take that as a question, because I know we're doing the bin skin, we're doing the skins on the new trucks which are coming, and they're got some education material on those. I'll take that as a question on notice, Jeff.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. I hadn't really seen that before reported, so there's obviously been an increase in the amount of overweight bins in the community.
Any further questions? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Damien, you might not know the answer to this, but I was just interested seeing that sign for the Stephen Street well, and I thought, I wonder, and I don't remember it coming, but for something like that, I would have thought that maybe that would come through the Heritage Advisory Committee and sort of get some of their input into it. I don't know whether it did, and I don't know about it, or how was that sign sort of, where did it come from? Where did the information come from? And
That well is over the top of a bore, and we had some safety concerns with the structure. We consulted across the architecture and heritage, and with the relevant general manager and the relevant manager in that area, and concurred that by appropriate capture of the information and appropriate remembrance of the significant contribution that's made to development of Toowoomba in the very early days, that it was best that we deconstructed that, but captured the material that was there for legacy and history. So we signed it off as in the executive.
maybe I can just ask that you, or request that you come and present, or someone comes and presents to the Heritage Advisory, because I think they'd be really interested in it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor McMahon, you had a question, then Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Damien. I have been reflecting lately on the idea that when someone turns on their tap and fresh, clean water comes out, just how much of our budget, time, etc. goes into that process. And it's something you kind of take for granted until it doesn't come out fresh or clean. And I know we usually have one or two concerns raised through customer service about the quality of the water. There's 8 this month. Would you say that's coincidental, or is there anything that you might be able to pinpoint?
Councillor Tim, we've had some blue-green algae out in 2 of the dams, and we've been balancing between our 3 dams, as well as doing the Mount Kine upgrade, which has required us to do shutdowns and other associated things. So we have been taking water from, when we changed the body of water that we're using, we were using some Perseverance water. It does have a different taste. It does have a different, as it's processed through Mount Kine. Our first best preference is to use Crestbrook water. That is the best dam that we have. Our next best preference is Perseverance, and our least preferable body of water is Kubi. But as you we have historically, before I started in the drought, they were bringing all three bodies of water down at the same time and blending for water quality, so it was a more consistent, you would get used to that taste. In response to the Millennium Drought 2.0, we're relying entirely on Wivenhoe, and we're bringing in water from Wivenhoe through the Crestbrook Dam, and it would blend with Crestbrook water, and we would bring it up with Crestbrook. That's our current preferred operating model. We're also using more of the bores at the moment since the drought has broken.
Right.
We've gone nice round even numbers, and Matt Tor will correct me if I'm wrong, 4 to 5 megalitres a day, and we're pushing those to 7 and 8, and sometimes 8 megalitres a day. So we're getting a lot more out of the production bores around Toowoomba. So that is changing the aesthetic, the taste of the water, but it's all meeting Australian drinking water guidelines and safe to drink.
Thanks for that. It's a fascinating body of work. Your team do a great job. Thanks very much.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Damien. Just in relation to waste also, I noticed that we've got an average of 33% waste diversion, and I just wanted to check that that was accurate, and if so, then perhaps quite concerning, given that the state government has a much higher percentage expectation than that currently, with plans to drive that even higher. Would you be able to just check that and maybe come back to us via email or something, please?
I will take that as a question on notice to Natalie in the area. Yes, thank you.
Good. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to Damien. Thanks for the report, Damien. It's not in the report, but I've noticed when I walk around early in my area of Toowoomba, that there are many cars that are pulled up and making it impossible for the JJ's trucks to pick up the bins without having to actually get out and manually put them forward. And I noticed when it was being picked up that happened 3 times in a very short area around where I live, and I was walking around. So I'm just wondering if perhaps that's a representative of other parts of the city. Should we be doing some sort of an education program around cars being parked so that the bins can be accessible automatically? I mean, something I'd never thought of, because I'm always careful to put mine where I think that they can be easily assessed, but I think it might be a little bit of a problem. Are you hearing that? And if you are, maybe it's just in one area, but what can we do about it? I mean, I've noticed that the driver is very polite and courteous in going and picking up those bins and manually handling them, but it would add to the daily round, the time, I guess, and therefore it's a cost to our community, I think. So I'm just wondering if it's just in my area, or is it representative of what's happening in parts of the city with cars parked on the street?
Thank you for the question. It is representative of difficulties operationally in collecting waste, recyclables and green waste. The JJ's drivers are fantastic. It's a family-run and owned business, and that is how the staff treat it as well. I'm very pleased to hear that feedback. Thank you for that feedback. I'll pass that on to JJ's. There does need to be an education campaign in relation to it, and it's a common courtesy when people see the bins out on the street that they do their best to try and move vehicles away from where those bins are. It's also where we try and work with the General Manager of Planning, particularly in greenfield new developments, to make sure that these very heavy vehicles, very large vehicles with mechanical arms that come out, can go down into, say, for example, a cul-de-sac, and there's sufficient turnaround area in there that the streets are wide enough. And I know the developers want to have narrower streets so that there's more developable block per hectare, but there are safety access concerns, and we work with General Manager Nicola on that in the planning scheme.
Another question,
Thank you.
Councillor
No,
Carroll.
just a follow-up, thank you. And yes, JJs do deserve congratulations. I'm just wondering if we could have some type of a note that when the driver has to get out of his vehicle to, or when he doesn't have to perhaps, that they could put a note in the mailbox, because the people that are outside are mostly centred on the house. They're parked out in the street. So I think it probably comes back to being the responsibility of the landowner, of the person in the house. I'm just wondering if that's workable, that, you know, there could be some sort of a note that's put in the mailbox, you know, please make sure that the cars are sufficient distance, because there is room in most places, they just haven't thought about it.
Yes, either a note on the car windscreen, which I think would probably be more effective to the person who is leading to the driver having to get out. You know, there are risks as they exit and enter the vehicle. We often, or don't often, but there's a chance of them falling. They're quite high vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pate.
Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wonder on that point how they get on at the extreme end of Mary Street, the southern end of Mary Street, where there's a host of units there, and I suppose it depends on what time of day they collect the rubbish. If it's early in the morning, then you would expect a lot of cars to be parked all along there. But anyway, my question though goes back to the issue raised by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan in relation to the building at the municipal well. I understand from the briefing that the building was at risk of falling down. Was there any real attempt to investigate saving of the building and mending it at all?
Yes, we investigated remediation on site, relocation, and we were unable to find a suitable recipient of that structure.
Any further questions? If not, would someone like to move that the report of water and waste services be received, please? Councillor Summerfield and Councillor Seconder, please. Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. Thanks very much, Damien. We'll move then to item 10.3, Acting GM Eric. Come on up, Eric.
Good morning, councillors. Similarly, we'll take the report as read and go to questions, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any questions? Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Morning, Eric. Thank you for the report. Just a quick question on page 42 of board books, talking about the Tooth Street Nobby footpath renewal. Councillor Carl and I were in Nobby just recently at a regional rotation, going out into the regions as we do, visiting and hearing what our residents have to say. And there was significant feedback on the footpath access for vulnerable users to cross the road from between the general store and Nobby's pub across the road to the facilities in the park. There was quite concern that vulnerable users found it difficult to cross the road. So I'm just wondering, is there access along that footpath? Because when we were there, it was still under construction, so we couldn't see what the plans were for that.
Apologies, Councillor Melissa. I'd have to take that on notice. I have seen the designs, but that was a while ago. Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice.
Thanks, Eric. I did mean to send it to you yesterday as a question, and my apologies. So if on notice would be great. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll and Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Eric, thank you for the report. Just wanting to thank our C&M staff for all the work they're doing on the flood recovery as well as their day jobs. So that comes with considerable effort on their behalf, and certainly on our managers to make sure that a lot of that work's done in addition to what's expected for them to be done in a day-to-day job. So there's a lot of extra pressure on our CNM people, and I'd like to thank them on behalf of this community for what they're doing in this space. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We go then to Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a couple if I could, but just in relation to the Clifton footpath, I had previously also submitted a request in relation to that, so it would be in the system that was a need in that area, so hopefully that is the case. But Eric, if I might, I just wanted to talk about works around busy areas. We've recently had a complaint about at the back here, Victoria Street, at Easter time. There was a lot of holding up of traffic apparently, people trying to get to Grand Central and works being done in that area. And, you know, we've talked about it quite a lot in this room about making sure that we try and do our planning works around, working around busy times like Christmas and Easter and that sort of thing, so that we're not impacting or delaying further anything that's already under pressure. So I just wondered, do we actually have a policy around this to ensure that that is a consideration when these sort of works are being carried out in busy areas?
We wouldn't have a formal policy as such. It's our standard procedure that we attempt to minimise any inconvenience that we can through our planning of when we're going to deliver the works, etc. There are occasions when projects sometimes extend out longer than expected and they go into some of those busier times, but we generally try and make every opportunity to mitigate that as much as we can, given that working in a city sometimes is a challenge at the best of times, but we do try and mitigate and minimise those disruptions as much as we can. Is there a formal policy? No, there's not a formal policy to my knowledge. It's purely through our general planning that we try to minimise that.
Okay, so I just wonder whether consideration couldn't be given to having some sort of step in place to ensure that that doesn't. In the case of that project out there, it started months ago and was left sitting half done for weeks, and then began again just at Easter. So I think that's an example of how something that we could possibly avoid would be a suggestion that maybe your department has a consideration around what could be put in place to ensure that that consideration does actually occur.
Certainly through our integrated management systems, we do have that on our checklist of doing consultation with likely affected parties, and so that's where we discuss with neighbours, but we also regularly communicate with our events teams, etc., to make sure that we're not impacting on other events that are there. That was a poor situation. I can't recall the specifics as to why that project was extended out, but yeah, that wasn't an ideal situation there in Victoria Street.
Okay, so maybe that's something that could just be reviewed and learnings come from that perhaps. So then the next thing that I had was around something very similar, and that is starting projects and not completing them. And that example was sort of there for the world to see, because it's such a busy area and everybody could see that it started, then it stopped, and then we waited, and then it started again at Easter, and still not finished. They're still working on it. But also there's a pipeline replacement happening out on Grapetree Road, and that started months ago and still not finished. And they started it, went away, and they're actually back there again yesterday. I think they went back and started on it again, and so that's being. And I just wonder why we start projects and not complete them in one go. You know, surely we've got all the materials and all the requirements that we need to act. Otherwise, why would you start them if you can't finish them, I guess, would be the obvious question.
Yeah. There's very specific reasons we don't like to do that. We only like to mobilise once, etc. when we go there for sure, but there are some things that arise. And in relation to Grape Tree Road, I'm unfamiliar with what the reason would have been for the disestablishment and then the re-establishment out there. We could take that on notice, but yeah, it's not good practice to do that unless there may be specific reasons for that at times. But yeah, generally we try to do them as we can.
Thank you. So then my last question, Eric, bear with me, is traffic light flow. Do we actually have a policy on traffic flow management?
It's not my particular area of expertise, I'm afraid. I'm unaware of there being a specific policy. You would have had some recent councillor information sessions with the traffic light team about the filtered right turns, etc. So we generally try and follow the main roads and the Australian standards requirements for traffic lights. But as far as a written policy, no, I don't believe there is.
Okay, so I just wonder how we, what guidelines we use then to try and get our traffic flowing, because main roads is totally different to localised streets, management of localised street, and we know that main roads have control over the traffic lights on the roads that they control. So I just wonder, you know, do we have guidelines to ensure that we're getting proper flow?
Certainly there are Austroad standards and other, which are again primarily for state networks, etc. The local government does have input into those Austroad standards, but there are standards that the lights are designed to and that they would be operated to. Yes, that's predominantly Austroad standards would be the main source.
Thank you. Well, you know, we continue to have issues with traffic flow, and we've been told we can't have an audit of the traffic lights because it's going to cost $3 million or something. So I'd like to think that there was something in place to ensure that we're getting a better flow for our city, as it particularly as our traffic continues to grow, our population grows, and we have continued increase in congestion. Thanks.
Would it be reasonable to assume, Eric, that a fair bit of technology would be involved in traffic lights now, and traffic flows would be sort of virtually being monitored in terms of, I notice there's quite different behaviour of traffic lights when there's not much traffic around. When you turn up at the lights, they change pretty quickly if there's a lot of traffic around. So I'd imagine there has to be some technology available that's guiding the whole thing.
There is an element of that. Most of ours are run on loops, etc., in the pavement, and they're set on set timing. I don't believe our lights are coordinated so that you get platooning of traffic through those. Part of that is when we had the councillor information session just recently about the intelligent traffic systems, where they talked about the officers having to deal a lot with customer requests at the moment, and they gave some comparisons amongst other councils. But that the two officers that we have that undertake that work, I think I'm right there, sorry, hope I've got that number right. If they had more time, they could tweak and sit there and actively monitor some of the traffic lights, but they do not have that available resource at the moment. So while there is technological increases, that comes with a cost, and to implement those into the system. But yeah, it's reasonably standard, the traffic light systems that we're utilising.
I've got Councillor O'Shea, then Councillor Carol Taylor. Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Eric. It may be on notice. I just wanted to ask around, it's on page 47. So the Bridges Renewal Program. Now that's fully federally funded. What's the, I guess my question around this is, what does that cost us as a council? And more so, I suppose, how does that sort of sit from a priority point of view? Because I know a lot of these bridges obviously are older and probably for compliance need to be upgraded. But I just wonder, in the current squeeze around, that we have around our rural roads and things like this, like does this sit separate to that in terms of our priority of works that we're doing in those certain areas?
No, it fits into the overall priorities when we're dealing with our capital budget. I would have to take that on notice of the percentage that is actually funded by the federal government through the program. I think it's 90%, but I would say council's only paying a small component of that. We are in a program of trying to remove all of our old timber bridges because of the way how they deteriorate over time, etc. And that's been the focus of the bridge renewal program, has been to pick our worst timber bridges and replace them as we're going around. I believe we have only a handful left. It could only be in the order of 2, I think. 2 timber bridges left, and then we will have replaced all of our timber bridges with concrete bridges. So that's been the main driver, because bridges are a key constraint in a transport system for heavy vehicles trying to access, agriculture and those sorts of things. So bridges do form a relatively high priority in our capital considerations.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. So I guess the only reason I raise it is I think of it from a strategic point of view, like I said, when we talk about the priority of works, and we've never seen the squeeze on it as much as we have at the moment. Absolutely, some of these bridges are crucial to connectivity and things like that, but I think in some cases there's others that they are in probably poor condition, but their usage actually would sit quite low. But I mean, from terms of their actual state of them, so how, and how we prioritise that, or how we look at trying to get the best value for providing the best roads and things like that.
There certainly is a balance with that, in terms of some bridges might only, experience 15 to 20 vehicles a day, but the detour for those people impacted could be 20, 30 kilometres to go around if that bridge was closed. So, yeah, the bridge renewal funding has been a fantastic program that's been well utilised by all across Australia from the federal government, and that certainly funds the major proportion. If council had to fund those bridge replacements on their own without that funding, it would be adding another significant layer of funding requirements onto council.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If I could just add to a few things that have been asked. The bridges to renewal. Councils might remember that we bring to you annually a State of the Assets presentation, whereas all those bridges were discussed here, the condition of them, what was left in timber and everything else. I just want to mention the 2 bridges that are in the Bridges to Renewal program at the moment. Both of them were put on load limits after the 2011 flood, and they were money was put into them, and that's gotten us another 10 years. So now they're being replaced, which is really good. I also talk about the traffic light because there's also been an application for improved software that hasn't been approved in the budgets. So there's that as well, and pointing out again that officers are spending too much time working in the business rather than on the business, as Eric says. As the Victoria Street project down here with the footpath, they were waiting, and it has been mentioned in there, for pavers, because that's why the job was put off. They were waiting for pavers, and then when they came, they started it again. But I'd like to put out that there was an actual 1 lane open there, and the lights were adjusted, I believe, to cater for that. And there was also complexity around that because there was a demolition in the centre of the city here in Ruthven Street backing onto Little Street. So that actually caused a lot of consideration with traffic and congestion in the CBD around Easter time, because I see now they have a footpath where you can walk through, but around that time you had to go out on the road to get around that, to go up Ruthven Street to the north. So, that actually added a lot of complexity. Some of the roads, it's been mentioned in the report, and thank you for the report, it's very comprehensive, thank you, Eric, that there is a wait for culverts. So on some roadworks, we talk about shortages in this room, but we need to, in our minds, we need to realise that translates to jobs that have maybe started in the anticipation of that infrastructure being delivered, but then it isn't, and so then we have to go and wait for that to come. So hopefully that'll right itself, but I think we need to remember that Rockler exited the prefab, the precast world, and I think it's taking time for another another company to step into that space. So I think, a lot of the jobs are being done under difficulty, and if that might be some sort of a explanation. But the state of all the assets does come to this council annually, put together, a lot of work goes into it, and if you want to go back to that in your board books, then you can go and reflect over that, because it should all be covered in there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Is there any other questions before we adjourn for morning tea? Eric, can I just ask you, signs on the sides of roads, town entry points, that sort of thing, I've seen them just sitting broken for months at a time. You know, you drive into a small town, the sign's on its side or something like that. Road signs, council road signs that have been stolen. There's one in our particular area, probably gone for about 18 months now. What's the process? I mean, a previous life I would have rung at Mulmerran, you'd ring the foreman, as you were allowed to do those days, and it'd be fixed up in no time. But what's the process? I notice that, you know, some sections of highways, there's quite a bit of road damage, road sign damage, which I don't think sort of presents a good character for a small town.
No, the process, and we value the input from our community, is the customer request system. That is the best way to assist us in alerting us to those locations. We do have inspectors that do inspections, but they can't be on every road. You know, some roads we only inspect once a year, etc. So it's difficult. So we do rely on the community phoning those in through the customer request system, and that's the quickest and best way. There's a record of it, and it goes into our system, and we can monitor it from there.
Yep. No, it's a little disappointing sometimes. You'll see them down or see them missing. Any other questions? Would someone like to move we adjourn for morning tea? Councillor Carroll has moved. A seconder, please. Councillor McDonald, those in favour? It's carried. 10 minutes. Oh, sorry. If we can just, Councillor Carroll has moved the reception of that report. If you can just put it in the right order, please, Kirsten. We need a seconder, please. Councillor Melissa, those in favour, it's carried. Someone then like to move we adjourn for morning tea? Carol and Tim, those in favour, carried. My apologies. Just hungry, that's all. Councillors, I'll declare the meeting open and I'll hand over to General Manager Nick to present item 10 for the Environment Community Services Report. Over to you, Nick.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning again, councillors. As my fellow GMs have, I'll take the report as read. Happy to take your questions. I know there are some, a couple of you have given me heads up about questions, so appreciate that, and I'm ready to do my best in answering them for you.
Councillor Melissa, you have a question.
Thank you, Chair. I'm one of those, Nick. Earlier today, we heard from a lot of the Chamber of Commerce's and progress committees, etc., around the region, which was fabulous. But one of the questions in particular was raised by Millmerran, talking about the library hours, talking about coming back to pre-COVID hours. This might be something you want to take on notice, and I'm happy for that, but I just want to raise it. Thanks in advance.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. I heard those comments during that deputation. Certainly we take that feedback on board. I think for us it's about understanding and analysing the data that tells us around visitations, and perhaps there's a greater body of work to do around community engagement in that space. I suspect everybody wants, lots more of everything that council can provide, but we do have constrained resources, as you know, so it might be that we just need to give a little bit more consideration to that and make sure that we're balancing our resources to best meet the needs of the community. Thank you.
Any further questions for Nick? No, Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Nick. I was going for a perfect round by asking all the GMs today, but I think I missed Eric. So, look, I'll make sure I ask you a question. I did send you one through on notice, Nick. I've had a few comments, concerns, media inquiries regarding our beloved tabletop, Miwa, and there's been a few accidents on it lately. I've certainly know my personal opinion on it, but wondering if council's perspective on our position regarding when we have accidents on tabletop Miwa. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. I might take a bit of time to answer this one, and thanks for the advance notice. It gave me an opportunity to gather some information, but I'll make a few statements and give you a bit of information, and if there's further questions from that, it might help satisfy what the interest is. So, first of all, I think it's important to note that I'm quite comfortable that council's meeting its duty of care and its obligation in relation to access to Tabletop Mountain, and it really is a matter, I think, of personal responsibility when it comes to making a decision to climb that mountain and use that track. Just as a bit of background information for everybody listening, when it comes to bushland walking tracks, there's a grading system that we attach to those, and they go from grade 1 to grade 5, and grade 1 being the easiest to traverse, and a description of that might be a flat, well-formed track with no steps. It's less than 5 kilometres, it's clearly signposted, and it's suitable for wheelchairs with assistance. So we've got an example of that at J. Duggan Park is a class 1 or grade 1 track. All the way up to grade 5, which Tabletop's graded a grade 5 track, and it talks about it being an unformed track, likely to be very rough, very steep and unmarked for very experienced bushwalkers and with specialised skills. So tracks are graded in between those, and I'm looking at Councillor Megan. You can probably expect a grade 6 when you climb to Everest Base Camp, so we wish you all the best of luck with that. So Tabletop's a grade 5, and it is very rough and steep. It's not maintained and it's not signposted along its length. It does have a sign at the start to the track, and I think that's where council's responsibility is in advising those who are thinking about walking the track and climbing the mountain about what they're about to experience. And so that track does advise walkers that it's a grade 5, that it's very steep, that it's not maintained, it has slippery slopes, and you should only take it on if you are well prepared for that and well experienced. So that's the way we manage that. Having said that, there's probably an opportunity for us to go and have a closer look at that sign. It is very detailed. but whether it's capturing the attention of everybody as they walk past it, perhaps there's an opportunity for us to use some pictograms or something like that that might help spell that out a little bit more clearly. So as a result of the inquiry, we'll go and undertake that assessment, and perhaps there's an additional sign or some tweaks that we can make there. But I think that we've quite adequately addressed the risk in our duty of care there at this point in time.
I really appreciate you clarifying that, Nick, and it aligns pretty well with my particular views on that issue. So thanks for outlining Council's position.
I just decided I'd go for a drive on Saturday afternoon. I went up there for a bit of a look right to the entry point, and I would have thought that it was adequately signed. But then, of course, if it was interpreted by somebody from the legal fraternity, maybe it's not. So maybe that's worth looking at. Who owns the majority of the land on Tabletop? Is there a joint ownership between us and the Lockyer Valley, or you know, I'm putting aside this is the region in which it's situated. That's what I'm not asking about traditional owners or anything of that nature. I'm simply asking about local government and responsibility that comes with that.
It's reserved for park and recreation, and council is the trust. Toowoomba Regional Council is the trustee for that, so it's Toowoomba Regional.
But there's no boundary in the middle of it?
I don't think so. I think it's all within TRC, and we're at least the trustees for the reserve.
I'd heard the contrary, but that obviously was ill-informed. Okay, well that's good, but I think the fact that you're in view of I think there were 4 or 5 accidents up there in recent weeks, and I think that old story of, you know, you've got to be prepared to walk the trail and well enough and fit enough to walk the trail before you take it on is probably an underlying factor. Okay, any further questions for Nick? Melissa and then Megan.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Nick, my apologies. I just want to actually give a plug more than anything. So this Friday and Saturday is the Creative Summit, and I just wanted to highlight that to the community because I think this is a really exciting event for our region. It's really talking to the practitioners, the entrepreneurs and the representatives from the arts organisations to really examine the art sector's current and future trends for our region. And that's this Friday, the 21st at the Empire. And then on Saturday, as part of that, there's some really amazing workshops being held that are sponsored by the TRC and also the state government. Things like creating lingerie, sculpting, art, pottery. So there's some really great workshops. There's also one on AI on Saturday, and it's $15 plus a booking fee. So I think I paid $16 something, which is for an hour and a half, or some of them are actually 3 and 4 hours long on Saturday. So it's a really exciting couple of days for our region, but will also, I believe, shape our cultural strategy. So it'd be great to hear from those sectors within our community, because I think the arts and the culture is such a really important part of our community, and it'd be great to hear from our members.
Thanks very much. You wish to respond in any way?
Only to say thanks for the plug, Councillor Melissa, and yes, it will. The information that we gather through the process will be used to shape our cultural strategy, arts and culture strategy.
Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. GM Nick, can you tell me about I know that we've got the opening this week, but the Rockville facilities, I can't remember whether we've seen you know, the final plans, but I just remember the discussion around for encouraging female participation in the sports, and that's all been sort of incorporated into the new amenities design, has it, I would imagine?
Yes, it has. Great point. So it's a total new facility. The old one's been demolished and replaced, and as you'd expect from a contemporary, well-designed new facility, it accommodates female participation. It also provides for officials, for umpires and referees and whatever the title might be given to those officials with the different sports. So they weren't very well catered for either in the past. So now we're catering for those officials, which are really important, and we're providing greater access for female participation in sport, which, as we know, is a very growing area.
Okay, any further questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor James and Councillor Tim. Those in favour? That's carried. Thanks very much, Nick. We'll move now to item 10.5, which is the Finance and Business Strategy Report. Anne-Marie.
Good morning again, councillors. I'll take the report as read. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Anne-Marie. In the people, cultural and engagement section where it talks about vacancies by group, and maybe this might be a question to Brian, is the percentage vacancy approved, is it high because you've got a smaller number of people in your group? Is that why that's a higher figure than, say, some of the other groups? Like, is the percentage high because that relates to perhaps one person, or, you know?
I'm happy to answer that one, Brian. So the percentage, it's just straight numbers. So it's the number, so that percentage is the total approved, the vacancies as a percentage of the total approved establishment for each individual group. So that's all that figure is indicating. And I suppose it helps at a GM level when we're looking at the pressure on our staff. If you look, you know, in Nicola's team, this is 17% vacancy, so that 19% in the CEO's teams, that includes governance and legal. So I suppose it helps to support the challenges that we're all experiencing when you look at those high percentages. So if you were just to report on 7 vacancies or 19 in planning, although the numbers are low, they are high percentages of the overall establishment for each of those areas.
So am I reading that correctly? So the total establishment number is 36 and there's 7 vacancies, so that's 19%. Yeah, that's what
Correct.
I'm saying. It's because it's a smaller number of the total approved establishment number. Yeah, okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Shine.
Thanks. Just on page 53, it refers to the tempo placements, and underneath the box it notes that the number of tempo staff moved to a permanent position of 2, temporary position 2, and a casual position 3. That's a total of 7. Is that 7 out of 53? And if
Yes,
so,
that's correct. So out of the 53 employees that have, or tempo placements that have been through the organisation, we have given that number permanent, well, longer term contracts. But at the end of March, there were 29 tempo placements across the organisation.
well, does it mean that, looking at the 53, that there's only 46 missed out in the long term? Is that what it means? Or?
So 53 is the total number that went through the programme and commenced, you know, did some work really with council. 29 were active at the end of March, so 29 tempos working across the organisation, but and a further 7 actually filling positions within the approved establishment.
So the idea of the scheme was not to give permanent employment to everyone, but to help in their training.
Certainly to upskill. So I think with the shortages that we were experiencing, we really needed to look at every opportunity to grow our own talent. And this, I think the fact that we have 7 employees now have gained positions, 2 permits, still early days, but these were you know, not degree qualified employees, so great opportunity to at commencement levels to join council. So I think it's a very good result.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Anne-Marie. So I was looking at the inbound calls. A minimum to answer is an average of 61 seconds from memory. And so I took a stab in the dark and I went back 4 years ago and we had an average of 40. And I'm just wondering, is it being looked at to see what can be done to rectify and improve the outcomes?
I'm happy to take that one on notice and just see what's really changed from a couple of years ago to now and why that number has gone backwards. So I'm very happy to take that one on notice and I'll send an email.
Because, you know, whilst 40 or even 60 doesn't seem long, but when you're sitting on the end of a phone waiting, takes a long time. So then the other one I had was Board Books 53. I don't know if there's any mention of it, but it made me think about was how many ratepayers are now receiving their rates via email? And happy for you to take that on notice if you like, but I'd be interested to know whether we're getting an increase in those numbers.
Happy to take that one.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Chair, through you to GM Anne-Marie, and maybe this is something that we can discuss later on as well, but in regard to the local spend, which you were at 58%, some $12 million for March, and we're over $115 million for the year. Given that there are some large projects that Council's considering at the moment and the challenges for larger organisations to benefit from those across our region, smaller organisations, to benefit from those. Has there been consideration through the procurement area to emphasise more clearly local spend by external providers if they are tendered to outside areas?
Yeah, so that's certainly something that we're doing, and Mount Kynoch Stage 4 is an example of a non-local supplier was successful in winning that contract, but we are taking measures to extract the local component. So when organisations outside to council are utilising our local suppliers to try and capture that information as well and report it. So as we go into these larger projects, and we've got quite a few larger projects looming over the next couple of years, it's going to be more of a challenge for us to get the information, you know, at the touch of a button, that we know who our local suppliers are, so we can report on it easily. But to delve into that non-local suppliers and try to ascertain, you know, where they're engaging local and how we report on that. But that certainly is something that we are undertaking.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, can I have somebody move the receipt of that report, please? Councillors McDonald and Shine. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to item 11, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. Over to you, Brian.
Council's happy to take it as read and happy to answer any questions that you'd like to ask.
Are there any questions for the CEO? Councillor Dancy.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Brian. Brian, I was away for the briefing in relation to Carrington Road, but I note that the resolution in November 20 requested that a report on the options come to council, and believe council still hasn't received that report, and I'm wondering if, as a result of that outcome at that briefing, you've followed up to see whether the report is underway or what's going to happen with that. Whether a report
this isn't
will
on
come.
the agenda. This is just a separate.
No, this is separate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there was a whole briefing to councils in relation to that, and that briefing should have been on the board books for you to.
Yes,
to look
I read it, and it included that resolution from
Yep.
2020, which still hasn't. The report still hasn't come to council. I'm just wondering, is that going to be acted upon?
I'll just say you believe there's an outstanding action for a report to come following the last council
From
decision.
November 2020, yeah.
Okay, I'll just follow that up to make sure.
Thank you, appreciate that. So then, in the action, the Culture Improvement Initiative Action Plan, S2, which is in the 3 to 6 months category, from this November 21 action plan, it said key personnel for the PCE area by the 30th of April, and I'm wondering how that's looking, whether that is going to be achieved by the 30th of April this year, given it should have been by very early 22, so over 12 months ago. I'm just wondering whether there's any chance of that actually being delivered by the 30th of April, as is the suggested
we're just
date.
in the final negotiations for one of those last positions at the moment. The interview process is commenced or is completed, and we've actually under offer. It may have been accepted at this point in time. That should be the last of the key persons that were part of the key personnel within that branch. So,
Okay.
so that should be, hopefully I'll be able to tell you as soon as that position's done.
Okay, so has an organisational structure been done of the PCE branch?
Yes, some time ago. Yep,
Yeah.
Yep.
So I just wonder what that looks like, and if we could possibly see that and see what positions are outstanding in that area, because really at the end of the day, the PCE branch is key to all of this rollout, isn't it? Because it's all around staffing,
Absolutely.
culture and whatever.
I can forward you through the corporate chart for that particular part of the organisation.
That'd be
That's not a
great.
problem.
Thanks very much. And then the other one, just following up on last month's, remember I queried about staffing being offered exit interviews when they went, and we talked about it, and I wondered, did you investigate that and find
Yeah, we
any
did,
solutions?
and we've actually gone back, and anyone that hadn't taken one up, we've actually gone and I think we contacted 120 people in the last month just to make sure, to give them an opportunity if they wanted to come forward.
Oh, good.
So all that's happened.
Okay, and so that'll be ongoing then? They'll make sure that everybody does get an exit
They're always,
interview?
yeah. We should be always offering that
Yeah.
for that to happen. But we actually
Good.
just went back and checked up to those that hadn't taken up the opportunity, whether they had declined or not, asked them to, if they wanted to produce an exit interview or have an opportunity for an exit interview.
I'm really pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. Just on that question of Councillor Summerfield's, to the CEO, so when that review was done and those 120 people were followed up with, was it found that any had not been offered an exit interview?
I don't know that, but I do know, I think 30, don't quote me exactly those figures, I will confirm that. I think 30 people did take up the opportunity to provide that when they were contacted, so I don't know the circumstances behind whether they had before and refused or had not been. So I just wanted to make sure we'd given everybody the opportunity.
Okay, from a process perspective, if there was the case that people hadn't been offered that exit interview in the first instance, I think it's important to know if that's happened, because then the question is, well, what happened in the process?
We've followed that, certainly followed that up to make sure that it does happen. Just to make sure that if anyone has fallen through the cracks in the past, that we give them that opportunity every time to go.
Okay, would you be able to loop back to councillors to let us know if any of that 120 had not been offered an exit interview in the first instance, please?
Yeah, I'll find that, providing that person's collected that information when they made those calls. Yep.
Thanks.
Councillor Megan, then Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Brian, when you read the report, there's so much of that report, and there's so many measurables, and whether it's on track, it's been action, whatever. Can you tell me, in your own words, where you think we've had some wins in terms of our culture in our organisation? Just sort of as a really broad overview, are we turning the ship around?
Sorry, I think that's come through in what councillors are all given the briefing on the staff engagement and performance survey, which come through. So yes, we were heading in the right direction. There's some major improvements in organisational culture. You should have access still to that briefing that was given to you. But just recalling some of the highlights were the major improvements in the supervisor level, people who are supervising, immediately supervising somebody, their perceptions from the people that are being supervised was certainly that they were happier working with those people, and the trust in those levels was improving. So that was, I think, a major win for the organisation to show that we actually are heading in that right direction. So there's been a lot of work done throughout the organisation on culture, a lot of training that's been done. We've got some revised sexual harassment and harassment training coming through at the moment. So there's been a whole lot of initiatives that have been put in place. We've certainly been very active in the bullying and harassment area to make sure that people have every opportunities to make those complaints and feel comfortable and safe to do so. And as you recall, we put in an independent external contact for people who may not have the confidence to ask internally, to see if there's any advice we can give them in relation to how they can handle issues in relation to that and any other industrial relations applications. And as you're aware, there's been minimal take-up from staff in relation to that. So it was a fairly substantial investment in that area, but it hasn't been taken up by staff using that opportunity. There's been, we are heading in the right direction. We're certainly getting our PCE people working through that action page that we've got down here. We're getting through the completion of that, but it's a never-ending story. You have to keep reviewing, revising and improving all the way through with PCE. We've been doing substantial work with our combined management team and our executive management team, and you'll see in our performance results and engagement results that particular area of the council is doing particularly well. It's just a matter of ensuring that cascades down throughout the rest of the organisation. So, yeah, I think we are moving in the right direction, and you'll recall the comments that were made by the consultant that did that survey about how he thought that we'd improved substantially in some of those areas.
I just thought, Mayor, if I could, I think Anne-Marie mentioned it yesterday or in the executive performance report that the staff turnover rate, that we now have some benchmarking against other councils and that it's comparable to other councils, which I didn't know. So, yeah, while it's not great, I guess it's a labour market that is everywhere. But, yeah, I'd like to think we are heading in the right direction culture-wise. Yeah.
There's been an enormous amount of work from all aspects of the organisation, particularly in the management areas, to make sure we are heading in that right direction. I just have been given some advice too about that Carrington Road question for Councillor Somerville. The outcome from the info session was a report back to Council after some consultation and estimates on the works in approximately 6 months. Apparently that was the last outcome in relation to that. So there'll be a report coming back within that time frame.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Brian. Just referring to page 65, M2, the review and redesign of recruitment, retention and promotion processes, bearing in mind the number of vacancies that we have and the difficulty in recruiting staff and indeed, no doubt, retaining staff. Two things. One is, could you just explain to me in ordinary language what the difference is between a generalist business partner model as opposed to a specialist functional business model is? And secondly, looking at the response there, is it taking longer than you would hope to arrive at a new process, bearing in mind the importance of the problem?
Generalist model is that you have officers who work within, are dedicated to a group or a branch, and they work across all the aspects of the PCE model. So they'll be doing recruitment, retention, employment relations, replacement. There's a whole range of things that they'll cover off, education, workplace health and safety, they'll cover all of those things. So that's generalist. Specialist is you actually have specialist advisors who are specifically highly skilled in that particular area and help ensure there's consistency across the whole of the group or the whole of the branch, rather than just having people who are more generalist in each one of those areas. What page are we on, Councillor? 65. Oh, okay, that's right on. We're right in the middle of the process, right at this point in relation to that. We've our executive team within the last couple of weeks has considered a report in relation to some retention and promotion opportunities that we can have within our organisation. They've actually pulled through a whole suite of things, so they've gone back and reviewed what's best industry practice all the way across, and what some other councils have adopted and what other industries can adopt. Pulled it together in a complete list, basically. That's been provided to council, to our executive leadership team. We've asked for them to categorise those into different things. In relation to some things should be negotiated in enterprise agreements, other things you could do straight away, other things there's going to be substantial cost in relation to do that. So there's a whole range of initiatives that you can look at. So we asked for a breakdown and categorisation of some of those and some costings in relation to that, and then to see what we can do now, what we need to plan for in future enterprise agreements, or what things we could perhaps come back to council and say these are good things that we might need to fund in a budget. So we're right in the middle of that process at this point in time.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Brian, CEO. Brian, correct me if it's in here, but I'm just trying to understand. In the last two surveys that we've done, we had green, amber and red, and green was obviously, we're tracking really well in that area. Yes?
No, not necessarily.
Well, yes and no.
That was a comparison to other benchmarks.
Yes. But when you look at the upper management, like your exec leadership, there was really, that was quite green, for want of a better colour, green as in good. But then the further you went down into the organisation, the redder it got, which meant there was some dissatisfaction with, the further down you went through the organisation. So looking at an organisation, and we're looking at retention and attraction, that middle management and the way that they perform, but also the way that they conduct meetings, the way they conduct reviews, etc., is really important, and I think even more important at times for the organisation and the health of the organisation as a whole. How is the training for that sector of our organisation? How is that going? Do we have any? And how do we monitor that? Because I think, to me, just in my experience, that can really turn the ship and can really get some very good wins within the organisation from a cultural but also an employment, attraction and retention perspective.
And I agree with your observations there in relation to that sector of the business. And we've just actually gone through, we've nearly completed a round for supervisors, for all supervisors who supervise people within their organisation, a basic skill on how to conduct authentic one-on-one conversations. So how do they talk to and review and work with the people that they supervise on a day-to-day basis. So we've just nearly completed that exercise throughout the whole organisation. It was, I can't quote the number at the moment, but it was in the hundreds that we had to work through that. Subsequent to that, there's been I suppose some suggestions coming back through the people that have done those courses, and also from our management areas, that we need to, there's components of that where we need to spread that information about those one-on-one conversations and how you actually communicate with each other to all of the people who work in our organisation. So that's the next step down. We're actually going through the process at this point in time to implement that within the organisation. And that will have, you know, you do get, if you can get traction in that area, you can make a big difference to the culture of an organisation. So I certainly agree with you in that area. We've recognised the same thing, and we've just worked through the first component of that. The second component is working through the people who are actually being supervised and the interactions that can happen with those people that we've just trained in those areas. So it'll be, I think it's another good step for the organisation in improving culture.
Thank you. That's fabulous. Another one, if I may, please, Chair. So, Brian, that's great, and what a great step forward. But then may I ask how long, or what's the time frame for that next step, please?
We're looking to start the next step in the new financial year, in June, early June.
This financial
Yep.
year?
Oh, sorry, at the end of this financial year.
Yes.
So it started to be July, sorry. Yeah, in the new financial year.
So starting 23, 24.
Yep.
Excellent. And will that then be, oh, if I may, will that then be an ongoing component of training within the organisation? It won't be just a one-off?
Yeah, I think that's the thing about you. There will be opportunities where you'll need to refresh that training, but there'll also be new people into the organisation because of turnover, obviously. So it's how you then, if you can get that common understanding and that common language across our supervisors and the people that are being supervised, we need to maintain that. So yes, I think that it's a bigger investment doing it the first time, as we're doing it, as we've done to this point, and as we will complete. From that time, there will still have to be an investment in those kind of in that initiative, if it's successful, because we'll evaluate how it's going and, you know, did it give us the results that we needed. And I'm very hopeful that it will. And if that's the case, I think you would then have a continuation of that program, but certainly you wouldn't need to invest at the same amount that we're investing at the moment.
That continuation, I believe, is really important, and to get the same language across the whole organisation is imperative, and the same standard, because the standard that we walk away from or walk past is the standard that we accept. And I think that's really important for our organisation, that we're all on the same page. It's like going to Macca's and you always get asked, do you want fries with that? Or the cheeseburger is the same here in Toowoomba as it is in Switzerland, in Europe. So it's really important that we have that continual training and everyone's on the same page and we all know what the standard and the expectation is. Thank you.
Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. So just in relation to Carrington Road, that's 6 months, so that'll be the October meeting that will come to us, making it nearly, 3 years since it was requested. But to me, it points out quite clearly that this is why it's important when we put resolutions forward that we have when they need, the report has to be done by. You know, we often have discussions around the table about whether we should have that date in there or whether we shouldn't, and I think this is a very clear example of why we should have that date in those resolutions to make sure that reports do come back in an appropriate timeline. So Brian, I was thinking after you mentioned earlier about your the 30 responses you've received out of the 120 people that have been contacted that haven't done an exit interview. So what will happen with the feedback that you receive from those? What process is followed when not only those but all exit interviews? What process is followed to ensure that due feedback is dealt with in a good way?
So that'll be overall, the overall coordination of that is through PCE, but if there's any trends or any issues that are constantly rising from that, that'll be referred to the relevant part of the organisation to deal with those. So they're not just collected and just parked. You've got to have a look and analyse what the information is that's coming back. And there's multiple reasons across a whole range of things why people exit the organisation. We do give some statistics and collect some statistics about how that, what those reasons are in general. So we've actually got that on a monthly basis. So we always look at that as well. So the ELT gets that breakdown on a monthly basis as well.
Have you any further questions, councillors? Councillor McDonald.
Just a couple of things, just an observation, I guess, more than anything. So most, in fact, it's 24 action items in the list. It seems to me that 13 of those are closed, and there's another 4 out of 7 that will set to be closed this time next month for reporting. And then there's 4 on hold, but through you to the CEO, Mayor, a lot of these that are closed are ongoing. They're actually ongoing. They're not. So even the language of closed sometimes is a little confusing because it's an ongoing process, if you know what I mean. I just hate to think that, righto, that's done, forget about it. It's this report each month obviously highlights that. Just an observation.
That's quite correct. The initial, is like implement that, but once that's implemented, you've basically got to continue to review and continue upgrading or changing that as circumstances change.
Any further questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of the CEO's monthly report, please? Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, those in favour? That's carried. Councillors, we move now to item 12, which is my monthly report, and you will note that there's been quite a bit of activity from late March through to now. One of the more interesting ones, of course, was the Olympic and Paralympic Games Legacy Forum, and we took one of our youth leaders, Fleur Steen, down to that, and I think her contribution in the discussion we had was very, very good. The Southern Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils discussion paper was gone through, and then we hosted the Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors strategy meeting, and we had dinner. And the following day, of course, we had the full meeting of the Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors. Marinya, the garden party there was wonderful, 100th anniversary of the Country Women's Association celebrations, and of course that's a time in which we can look back at reflect on what the contribution those ladies have made, how different it would have been 100 years ago, but I found that to be great. Harmony Day, of course, same day, Picnic Point. I did attend the St Mary's College Strategic Plan launch, and the mindful bit that comes out of that is how very important the education sector is here to our economy and the importance of it indeed. I did meet with the new police officer in charge of Mulmerran. Live Flight had a VIP hangar event. The Toowoomba show this year was absolutely outstanding, comparatively speaking. I believe the initial figures we got was up around about 20% on previous years. And the following night, on the 1st of April, there was a Toowoomba Show Equine Centre of Excellence dinner that was attended by people, particularly those who were doing the study and those who have an interest in it. We did have Assistant Minister Nikki Boyd in town. She was briefed on the Equestrian Centre. She was also given an opportunity to have a look at the enormity of the Crestbrook Dam spillway upgrade and was given a good understanding of that. In the next couple of weeks, we'll also have Assistant Minister from the Federal Government, Anthony Chisholm, here, and he'll be talking about a range of subjects, I hope, that will include funding for the dam. He'll only be here for a couple of hours, but also housing and I guess the possible involvement of them in supporting our quest to have a centre of excellence for equestrian. Farewell, of course, to Ali Davenport, and can I officially say that Ali Davenport's contribution in the time that she's been the CEO of TSBE has really demonstrated her real skills in leadership, and I think TSBE has proven to be one of the great organisations that we have here. Yesterday, of course, for those of you who had the opportunity, Bonza's first flight from Melbourne to Wellcamp, and I think there's potential for Bonza, hopefully with more services as time goes by, very cheap services which ought to give them an opportunity to gain more clientele. Apart from that, I'm still awaiting advice from the state government in respect to the plan that I'm hopefully working on to get a youth forum here of sorts to support youth on their journey, and I've been getting a a lot of help from people like Rachel Patterson from Lifeline, an ex-police service lady, from the Queensland Police, and also the other day I met with a lady called Glenda Humes, who's a lawyer, and she works in the Murray Court, and she's been giving some assistance and some advice on how we can support young people who need support. In the recent couple of days, I've had a call from Graham Frayne, F-R-A-I-N-E, who was the ex-DG for Glenn Butcher, and he's now working with the Premier's Department, and he's the DG in respect to Olympic delivery. He's very, very keen to come up here, and I've certainly impressed upon him there needs to be some clarity around what's happening at the Berghofer Stadium, and he's quite happy to come up here in the not too distant future and do that. So that's about it. If there's any questions, I'm quite happy to take those. No questions? Someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Rebecca. Could I just ask Kirsten that there be reference to Graham Frame and Senator Anthony Chisholm's trip to town? Those in favour of the receipt of that report? That's carried. Thank you. Right, councillors, we move now to item 13, which is Officers' Report. Eric, we have the Flood Recovery Program. Please. Yes, over to you, Eric.
Good morning again, councillors. The report has been provided to you. I'd just like to speak through it a little bit to give a bit of context and a bit of emphasis in different locations. The main purpose of this is to provide an update on the flood recovery program as a whole, and then also to seek adoption of recommendations regarding the procurement of the civil contractors to assist with the delivery of the reconstruction work. This is in the confidential attachment B, and I just request that if there's discussions or questions that are required around that element of the actual contract, the procurement selection, that wait until we enter into the confidential, when we consider the confidential report, the evaluation report of the tenders that have been received, because there's ongoing commercial negotiations that are happening, and we want to impact on those at this stage. Appendix A is provided there as well as for when we enter into the confidential section of involved parties for your consideration, but I don't believe this first section that we'll talk about is very general in nature and just an update on the flood recovery program. Okay, some of the key acronyms and words that you might hear today, you've probably heard before, but the DRFA, that is Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements. That is the jointly funded funding program from the Australian Government and the State Government. And then the QRA, which is the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, that's the state government body that administers the DRFA program. So just wanted to clarify some of those initially. Just briefly, the background, you'll remember that in late 2021 and the first half of 2022, this area went through a very wet period. We had numerous floods, some count them up to individually up to about 7, but that resulted in 3 natural disaster events being activated in November 21, February 22 and May 22. And they're listed in the report there, their complete names. There's also in figure 1, you'll see the map showing the southeast Queensland rainfall deciles between November 21 and June 22. And it's interesting to note that in southeast Queensland it was the highest on record for that period of time. So they were a significant period of time, and as a result we suffered significant damage and we undertook emergent works. So for each of those disasters, when they're declared, we have a 3-month period to undertake emergent works. So that last event, that May 22, 3 months after that, we were still undertaking emergent works. And after that time, during that time, Council then set about preparing its REPA submissions, which when I say REPA, that means the restoration of essential public assets. Now just recall that the intent of the restoration of essential public assets, or REPA, is to restore the assets to their pre-disaster standard. This is a funding program that's supplied, as we said before, by the federal and state government with the intent to restore assets and assist impacted communities to restore the assets to their pre-disaster standard. Now generally, Council has, the guidelines say Council has a 2-year time frame to deliver those restoration works from the end of the financial year in which the event occurred. So we're at a little bit of a disadvantage. The last event occurred in May, which is very late in the financial year. So that means that the DRFA deadlines are the 30th of June 2024. So that's the deadline that we've been working to. Yeah, and due to the fact that we had repeat events of the November, then the February, then the May, that impacted on us being able to, and they were right across the whole area, that impacted on us being able to get those submissions prepared. So we've really only been going hard at it since early in this financial year to get those submissions prepared. Now we have 21 submissions that have been lodged with the QRA, with the last one being lodged on the 29th of March. Now the scope of those works is what's assessed by and approved by QRA. Now they also attach a benchmark value to the scope of works that's approved, the damage that we have to restore. But it's important to remember that it's the scope of works that it's approved by the QRA, not the benchmark value of the works. That's just a way of describing the quantum of the works, the benchmark value. Now, you need to recall that the benchmark value that was used to develop the submission values are benchmark rates from the QRA, which are a few years old. So there is a price escalation impact that's been associated with it, and we'll talk about that a little bit further on. So the total submission value to date is the 206 million. Now recall that is the benchmark rate. Now to try and give you some other context around that, the benchmark value, we've listed you some statistics there about, there's close to 6,000 sites across 1,800 roads. The figures of gravel that are likely to be needed are in the order of 800,000 tonne. There's 430,000 square metres of bitumen seal. These figures are they're a bit meaningless. That's why we put a dollar value with it, to try and make it more understandable and easier to comprehend. But it is extensive, and the amount of work required to recover from these disaster events is significant. I'd encourage you to go to the council website for some other good information. It's on the council website, our region, major projects and the flood recovery program. There are some excellent infographics there that help give a scope of the spread of the work and the value of the work. It's really worthwhile to get on there and have a look, and that's the public's available to the public, and it's a fantastic tool that our community consultation people have worked through and developed up to assist us. So that is the event. Now moving on from that, how are we going to respond to this event? Now I mentioned before, we've already done in the order of, I think it's $19 million worth of emergent works in those 3-month periods after each event. But to deliver the actual restoration works that we've talked about, where the submission value is in the order of 206 million, that is an enormous amount of work. And so the mechanism that we propose to deliver it by is C&M to deliver a portion, but a significant portion of the works to be delivered by civil contractors. And we've proposed 2 civil contractors because of the sheer enormity of the work, and splitting that up into a north region and a south region. Because of the size of the work that's involved, we engaged Tel Advisory and McCullough Robertson to assist us with the procurement and contract development for this program of works. And due to the need to procure contractors quickly and the fact that we're on a very tight time frame, the approvals will come, they will roll slowly. I forgot to mention earlier that currently we've only received approval for about $25 million worth of work. The remainder is still under assessment. So we need to make sure that we have those approvals before we get into the bulk of the works to reduce the risk to council. So because of that and because of the tight time frames, we've had to go to a flexible contracting arrangement to be fair with the contractors and also to have flexibility in it, in the contract, so that we can bring scopes of work in, take scopes of work out, etc. So we're using a collaborative partnering agreement. As I mentioned, it has a mechanism for scope to come in and scope to come out. So effectively, it's a flexible, cost reimbursable contract where the contractor is entitled to recover reimbursable costs and then a corporate overhead and profit fee. Now that corporate overhead and profit fee is based on a percentage of the tendered reimbursable costs. So that enables us to pay the actual cost of what the work is, and remember that QRA refund the actual cost of the works that are undertaken. This enables us to act fairly, I believe, with the contractors, given the cost escalations that are happening and the uncertainty around the future contracting market in the coming year, which could be very heated as we move forward. Now the contract is cost reimbursable, but it's incentivised by that corporate overheads and profit fee. Now if the contractor comes in on or below his tendered reimbursable cost, they will receive that full fee. However, if the contractor delivers the works above that tendered reimbursable cost, they will get a reduced fee because of that. So there is incentive for them to get the tendered price right, and then for them to deliver that on the price that they have offered in their tender due to that corporate overhead and profit fee. So the process to date that we've gone through in procuring these contractors, in October or November 22, we went and did some market sounding with some significant contractors. In December 22, we entered an EOI phase where we called for expressions of interest. In February 23, we selected a couple of three EOI respondents, and then we moved into an early tender involvement phase where we had workshops and information transfers with the tenderers, so that they fully understood the works, they fully understood the risks associated with the works, and they could give a more accurate and realistic tendered price. Now on the 10th of March, tenders were submitted, and the assessment has been continuing since then, and it's culminating in the tender assessment report, which is in the confidential attachment, which is before you today. So that's the delivery mechanism that we're working through. Some of the other issues that we need to consider in the whole program of works is, as I mentioned before, the QRA approvals. As I mentioned, currently only 25 million of is being approved. There's 180 million that is still in assessment. Now the QRA have committed to seeking to get these submissions assessed and approved within 3 to 4 months of when we submitted them. So there's a time lag there. And we won't be releasing work to the contractors until the QRA have approved the submissions, so to reduce the risk to council in that way. Because if the works were deemed ineligible, council would have to fund those works. So the timing of these approvals is a concern and a consideration in how we manage our contracts moving forward and the program of works. As we've mentioned, there is an enormous amount of work to do. We haven't talked about cost escalation yet, but with cost escalation, it could be in the order of 25 to 30% cost escalation. So, you know, the quantum of work that needs to be delivered is very large. And when you look at that in terms of our deadlines with the QRA, the 30th of June 2024 is only 30th of June next year. So we that is a risk that we will need to work through, and we've commenced discussions with the QRA regarding the possible extensions, but all of our work to date has been assuming that we have to try and deliver it by the 30th of June 2024. A couple of the other considerations.
We have a question, Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Eric, may I just ask, just on that point, sorry to interrupt, but just on that question, on that point, talking to DRFA or QRA about the time frame of 30th of June next year, and that's a massive amount of work considering we don't have the labour force that we need. How are those discussions with QRA? Are they open to the extension? Considering it's taking them 3 to 5 months to approve the packages of work.
Yeah, they've been positive discussions to date, and then we'll be in the process of submitting an extension of time
Okay.
shortly.
Yep. Thanks.
Councillor Tim.
Chair, thanks. Mine was fairly similar. So we have, you talked about benchmark value, 206 million, and we've only had 4 assessed. We've still submitted them, hey, we're just waiting on them to be assessed, and we don't know the outcome of that, hence the risk that we don't want to jump the gun on them.
Correct. We have 21 submissions that have been lodged. As you said, only 4 have been approved. I think 5 may have been approved since this report's been presented. So yeah, that will be an ongoing process of having them assessed. There will be a level. We believe that we're submitting genuine submissions and what we're saying, but there is always some debate with QRA because the intent is to return it to what was pre-disaster standard. There is debate around the final scope of that. So sometimes the QRA come back and say, no, we disagree with your assessment there. We believe the treatment to repair this back to its previous standard is this option, not what you've provided. And the submission value, or the scope of works, I should say, gets adjusted because of that.
Okay, sure. So it's, I mean, that was my other question. Our submissions are good. We have no reason why they wouldn't be approved, but we certainly can't jump the gun until they follow their process.
No, there is always an element where there's a level of disagreement that we have to work through. Yep.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shades of 2011 and the recovery there, but through you, Mr. Mayor, to our acting general manager, QRA would have the same issues that we have with lack of staffing and appropriate people to be able to carry this out. Add to that the fact that these disasters have gone right up to the top of the state, I guess, so that they would be drowning, struggling to cope with the submissions that they're receiving. So I think, you know, as Councillor Melissa has mentioned, how the discussion's going, well, there's a long way to go yet, but I think that as the true picture becomes clearer, there should, hopefully, should there be any need to ask for some consideration of dates that hopefully that they will be reviewed in the light of the fact that it just isn't physically possible with the materials, that there will be, as we've heard about the culverts, how many culverts we've got there. There's a wait for culverts. There's sort of shortage in many of the things that we'll need. And so as it becomes a longer process to approve the packages, and it isn't just our packages that are being approved, I guess that a degree of common sense will have to prevail, one would think, in that space.
Councillor Shine, and then Councillor Dancy.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Eric, for your presentation. Just two things rising out of your recent comments there about cost escalations, and prior to that, the incentive aspect of the contracts as well. It says here in page 81 under financial resources implications that DRFA reimbursement is not limited to the approved submission values. DRFA will reimburse actual costs of eligible approved scope. So does that include the incentives, and does it cover also cost escalations as well?
Yes, the short answer is yes. They will cover the actual cost of approved scope. Yeah.
Councillor Nancy Summerfield.
Thank you, Mayor Paul Antonio. Eric, thanks for your report. It's a comment really more than a question. It's really disappointing that it's not betterment funding. You know, it's short-term pain for long-term gain when you do betterment, but at least we're getting funding, I guess, to do repairs and bring it back to its original state. But it's a lost opportunity. I get that there's a lot of money across a large number of councils, but in the long term, it would have been better if it was betterment funding. Thanks.
Any further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks. I know, through you, Eric's probably got a bit more to go through. I just wanted a clarification on that betterment, because I was of the understanding that 3 of our submissions were around betterment funding, and to the tune of mid 20 millions, 27 million or something, and across the state there's 150 million. So the submissions that have been approved, 3 of those submissions, or is it 3 of 21 are a betterment? Okay, so there is funding available, but obviously it's a very small pool for betterment funding, so there is opportunity for betterment funding. Okay, thanks.
I think we might move back to Eric now to continue the presentation. Eric?
I was actually just going to talk about betterment, so you've
well, it's a good place to go, Eric. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, no, the QRA administer it, and the Australian and Queensland governments through the DRFA have established a betterment fund for the February 22 event, but that betterment fund is only 150 million across the whole state. So as you understand, betterment facilitates funding for selected assets to be rebuilt to a more resilient standard to help them withstand future impacts of future natural disasters, etc. However, when you look at the cost of what it costs just to restore our assets, if we were to do betterment on it, the cost would just be astronomical. And but TRC have included betterment projects within our submissions, and the betterment component of those projects that we've submitted is in the order of about the 27 million. So that's the cost to restore the assets is X, and then there's 27 million on top of that on selected projects to make them more resilient. If they're not successful, we will just restore them to their previous condition. So yeah, when you try and split up 150 million across the entire state, we will get some, but that's all through the assessment process. The other aspect of that is betterment is funded by the federal and state governments. However, there is complementary works, which is similar style of projects that could be funded by council should they desire to. Now, you've made some comments already of the advantages of, or the opportunities that exist to rebuild an asset for a slightly increased price to get a better, more resilient outcome at the end. If you were to just restore it to its previous thing and then in a couple of years try and rebuild it to the upgraded standard, you know, it makes a lot of sense to do it while you're rebuilding it. However, that cost must be borne by council. That is and with your current tight constraints on finances, it's a significant consideration that has to be made. We'll talk about some complementary works. A lot of our complementary works that we're proposing, or some of the complementary works that we're proposing, are along the lines of where we do a gravel resheet. The QRA will approve us to add 50 mils of material because That's what was there before in their assessment. When we would ordinarily do a gravel resheet, we would add 100 mils. So we have some allowance in our capital budget from our gravel resheeting budget for next year to put the full 100 mil down while we're there, but council will be funding that extra money through our resheeting program, etc. Culverts are another one, of upgrading a culvert to a larger size or a standard, but there is also many smaller elements of work, like say rock pitching around a culvert where there wasn't rock there before. The QRA won't fund returning that to rock. They will only fund returning it to its previous state. And that sits in the operational side of the budget. And if we don't have any complementary works allowance, that work won't be done. So because recall that will be council funded, it would have to come out of our council budgets, etc. We'll be asking for a business case for some additional complementary works, but that'll go through the ordinary budget process through ELT, etc. because we see advantages in that, but council has to fund it. You are probably the best aware of how tight finances are at the moment, so there's some constraints there.
Councillor Carroll, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to comment on Eric's comment there. In same thing happened in the flood recovery and from the 2011 floods, and I know budgets are very tight, but we need to remember that some of those smaller rural roads that are affected, we're not going to get back to them for a long, long time, and if we don't do that little bit of complementary work out there, we're going to have issues every time we have some small thing. I'm not talking about huge stuff, but I'd just like to urge councillors to at least look at it with an open mind, because in some of those areas, in 2011 recovery, which lasted 5 financial years, we actually still have good roads in some of those areas where the work was done with some complementary works that council approved, and things were very tight in those days as well. So just urging councillors to view it with an open mind. Thank you.
Any further brief questions? I think we're probably best to get back onto the presentation by Eric. Okay. Eric?
The only other point I forgot to mention before when I was talking about possible extensions of time, yes, there are advantages to that in terms of deliverability and those sorts of considerations, and we'll talk about some more when we move into the confidential area. However, that is longer before the community gets their road restored. So that's an important consideration, that yes, there are advantages, but it does delay the return of the asset to its pre-disaster standard for our community. There's also, with this large amount of money that will be being spent in a relatively short period of time, there will be phasing issues of income versus the expenditure. The QRA have been helpful with that, with cash advances, etc., to assist in that cash flow. But there is large sums of money will be going through the books each month, and that will impact on your end of financial year balances. When there's such big amounts in the longer term, it will even out, but at that 30th of June there could be some impacts there along those lines. That's all I had for the general section.
Do you want to introduce you to?
Yeah, I might do that when we've done it. Confidential, if that's okay. I'd suggest we go into confidential to discuss that.
Councillor Donald.
Just before we go into confidential, Eric, given and ad nauseum we're talking about the quantity of this work. We're talking about in the report between perhaps $250 to $300 million as the program, and the time frame is another issue. Given the quantum of work that there is, how much by percentages roughly would we be anticipating to do in-house, given that there's uncertainty around QRA timeframes for when they say something? I'm just thinking of from a contractor perspective, external contractor, noting the contracts that have been drawn up and what have you, but from a contractor perspective, not knowing really what's happening, and we're one local government amongst, as Councillor Carroll said, probably upwards of 50 that this would be happening across the state. I just wondered what percentage of work you're anticipating operationally that we would deliver in-house, and does that affect our business as usual? And maybe that's a broader conversation for us to have around getting this work done so that we can, it might mean a delay of some of the business as usual work. If you'd like to comment on that.
Yeah, with our current planning, when we were aiming, well, we currently are aiming for the 30th of June, we're looking at the C&Ms, the construction and maintenance branches of council delivering in the order of 10% of those sorts of work. So timing can impact on that as well. DRFA is restoring damage to our roads, but there certainly is regular maintenance that's happening on stretches of road that are outside the eligible things that still have to be repaired and still have to be maintained. There is our ongoing renewals component for our asset management needs to continue our reseals, because if we neglect our reseals and our gravel resheeting, our roads will be more vulnerable to further weather events, wet weather events, or just the climate generally. So yes, there is and we have other funding commitments in delivering funded projects that we were talking about earlier, similar to the bridge renewals, etc., and things like that. So there will be an adjustment, but there is certainly a large component of business as usual work that has to continue. Otherwise, the network will degrade at a rapid rate because of if we neglect those areas.
I guess if I could follow up, I mean, there's multiple risks that you're trying to manage through the various contracts and what have you. From a sheer staffing perspective, and noting the vacancies as well that we've got through ISG, that's an extra pressure on us to try and do the business as usual. I'm fully cognizant of that. But as the time gets closer to the end date and the delays for approval to get work done, surely this is happening across other local governments, and therefore contractors right across the state would be vying for the same sort of work, which is where perhaps, you know, the percentage of 10% might actually need to be higher for us to actually get some of that work done. And I just wondered whether it's a hard and fast on 10% based on the modelling, or you'd actually be open to for us doing more. Rightly so, it'll mean things get shifted out, and that's a conversation we'd have to have. But the critical part is getting things done, as you've said. So from a risk perspective, and you're trying to measure up all of these risks around timing, cost, but from a cost escalation, you know, there's talk of it, you know, it's currently 206 million, but then it could go up to 300 million. And the assessments that have been done have also been done on a few years old, you know, costings. One would suggest that in 3 years ago to what today is, the cost escalation would have been greater than the previous 10 years. So therefore, what confidence do you have in the assessment of costings that come in externally or our own costings? What confidence do you have in that? And therefore QRA, I would think, would have the same issue.
Well, we might be moving into people are aware of that, and they've made allowances for a level of cost escalation. Where council is protected in that is that it's the DRFA funding funds approved scope, so we're protected in that regard in terms of holding the bill at the end of the dance. So that's where I think the confidence comes that the QRA are reimbursing the actual cost of approved scope, not those submission values.
Any further questions before we move into confidential? Someone like to move accordingly? Councillor Shine, Councillor Carroll Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried. Would you close the Councillors, there's a four-point recommendation before you. Councillor Carol Taylor wishes to move that. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Bill Carl has seconded that. Anyone? Well, naturally, we will go directly to the vote. Those in favour? That motion is carried. We'll adjourn for lunch. Move to adjourn, yes. Councillor McDonald has moved.
Return at 2 o'clock.
Councillor O'Shea has seconded. 2 o'clock, return. Those in favour? That's carried. Thank you.
Well, councillors, we'll resume our ordinary meeting of council for April, and just noting for the minutes at this point that the mayor is absent from the meeting just for the time being and is expected to return dependent on the length of the meeting for the rest of the afternoon. But he should return, and therefore will resume the position of chair when he does. Councillors, we move to item 13.2, which is one we're up to, which is the options for date changes of the committee meetings and ordinary meeting of council in June, noting that the author is Kirsten, and assuming, Kirsten, that are you wanting to talk to this report? Not really. Okay, it's fairly self-explanatory, but I thought I'd give you that opportunity, and you've declined for that. But anyway, you're happy to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you, Councillor Tim.
Can I move option 1, please, Chair?
Okay, well, we've got some options before us. Option 1, the committee meetings are rescheduled for Tuesday 20th and 21st, and the ordinary meeting of council rescheduled for Tuesday the 27th, effectively pushing that one forward. Now, I had a mover of Councillor McMahon and a seconder of Councillor Nancy Summerfield, a mover and a seconder. Are there any questions, councillors, in regard to this, noting that that was a pretty quick action? Has anyone got any questions in regard to it? No questions? Okay. Is there anything, Kirsten, that you needed to add? I mean, in your report you talk about challenges from a time frame perspective, given that that the recommendation is up to council. There's no recommendation, it's either options 1 or 2.
Yep. I just point out to council that it will just be one person in the council business unit for June, July, and moving the committee meetings forward a week to the 20th and 21st, and then the ordinary comes to the 27th, pushes the deadlines for myself into the July meeting process that starts at the end of June. So that is why in the report it says that option 2 is the preferred option, because there is only one person in that unit. And I mean, it can be done. I'm not saying that it can't be, but that was the consideration of.
Oh, that's good. That's handy for us to know. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Nancy moved and seconded. Has anyone got any other queries or questions? Councillor Nancy.
The only thing I would like to suggest is that whatever we decide on today, that be put into our diaries as quickly as possible, please. That our diaries be amended appropriately quickly. Thanks.
No problems. Councillor Shine.
Just a question as to whether we're missing out on something else by postponing it for a week, like a special meeting on the Wednesday, perhaps, and if that matters too much.
So that question will be directed to Kirsten. That's right.
Thank you.
Kirsten, in regard to that, in our diaries, there.
21st, is it?
So there is a special meeting that is scheduled for the 21st of June, which is a Wednesday. So that if they were wanting that date, then obviously they couldn't. And then there is another one scheduled for the 28th of June, the Wednesday as well.
So it's a very valid point, and whether we put an additional item to this, councillors who've moved and seconded that meeting on that date also be postponed to the following week. I'll just let Kirsten's just timing that through. So, Councillor Carl.
Given that it's a statutory meeting, the special meeting, we might need to be aware of any timelines with applications that come before council. That's the only thing, and we don't want to go into a deemed approval situation if we've held off on a meeting when council could have actually made some determination around that. So that's the only caution I'd put around it.
That's a very, very valid point. I guess it brings rise to the notion of being able to actually zoom in or have electronic means to actually zoom into a meeting if we got to that situation that Councillor Carl raises, which I think is a valid one, to be able to do that. So is there a need for us to postpone that meeting?
Officers from Planning and Development only notify us approximately a week before that they require that special meeting, depending on whether they have a report that they feel needs to come to council. So we only find out, and maybe 8-9 days prior is when we know. So we don't know what's coming.
And that's quite valid too, because timing is largely at the discretion of the applicant, and it depends on what stage they're up to, whether and the amount of time they've got left to make a determination in the offices. So that's why it'll often only come about a week's notice, because a lot of time, well, that's exactly why, because they're at the behest of the applicant largely.
Could I also just raise with council, which wasn't in the report, in regards to deadlines for council business staff, is that there is also an audit meeting on the 7th of June, which is obviously an extra meeting that isn't normal, part of our normal monthly process. Quarterly, yes. So in regards to staffing, that is an extra meeting that one person is looking after as well.
More than likely we will have a budget adoption meeting as well in that period of time. Councillor Shine.
Just a question, what happened last year? Did we postpone it by the budget by a week, and did that end up all right as far as scheduling was concerned?
It depends on, Councillor Shine, it depends on what time the other conference is on as to when it's shifted. And I think in the past we have just postponed the meeting to the following week, so it's not dissimilar to what has happened in the past. So we're just landing on, it's whether we include the special meeting on the Wednesday, that's what it identified as also postponing that. But the special meeting scheduled on Wednesday, 21 June, be cancelled. You know, not sure about cancelled, because there could be, as Councillor Carla said, a time frame that we need to work towards, but maybe be rescheduled might be a better word, I think. Councillor Nancy.
So the special meeting could be rescheduled? It doesn't have to be held exactly on the Wednesday afternoon, does it?
No, that's what we've just put on the motion, instead of be rescheduled if required. So Councillor Tim and Councillor Nancy, you both were the movers of that motion. Are you comfortable with that second item? Thank you, Councillor Shine, for raising that. Comfortable with that, Councillor Tim? Councillor Nancy? Okay, so the motion is there before us, councillors. Anyone like to go into debate in regard to this? Question, Councillor Megan?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, Kirsten, you have said that your preference in terms of staffing is for option 2. Is that correct? That's correct, yes. I feel with option 2 that the reports that could be presented at committee could be presented at the ordinary meeting, which could go over 2 days if required. So the officers aren't missing out on reports coming to council. It's just that their deadlines for the ordinary meeting would stay the same.
Which is, it's no dissimilar to January, but if we've exhausted all questions, we have a mover and a seconder for the motion. Councillor Nancy?
Chair, I just believe, and we're often reminded of this ourselves in this room, that is quite an operational matter, the staffing of departments and whatever, resourcing, and I don't really think it's something that we should be dabbling in.
Yeah, and I guess the question needs to be raised as far as what the impact is on the organisation, and that's been asked and an answer given. and councillors are aware of that. So we're going to move it in a second. Any need to go into debate? Your question, Councillor Cole?
It's actually around the rescheduling of the special meeting, Brian. Nicola's not here, unfortunately, but are you aware, do we have to give additional notice for that time slot to change, given that it's a statutory meeting as well? Yeah, but it's still a requirement. Isn't it classified as a statutory meeting where, because the council's actually making formal decisions at that meeting? So I'm just wondering, we would have, that's okay to reschedule into a different time slot, different day, whatever.
You're referring to the special meeting or the ordinary meeting?
Special meeting.
Yeah, that's fine. You just got to give the same notification of the date and change.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone needing to go into debate? If not, let's put the motion before us. The committee meetings are rescheduled Tuesday 20, Wednesday 21 June. An ordinary meeting rescheduled Tuesday 27, and that the special meeting scheduled on Wednesday 21 June be rescheduled if required. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Nancy. Those in favour? Those against? That motion is carried. Because we have one out of the room, do you need to record that vote? No. Okay. Righto. Thank you. We move now to item 13.3 and welcome the Principal Rates and Revenue, Shane Morris. Shane, welcome to you and thank you for your report on general rate review. And councillors will recall we've had a few sessions on this to get to this point. However, Shane is here to answer any questions that we may have and perhaps some opening remarks as well. Shane, if you'd like to.
Thank you, Councillor Jeff, and good afternoon, councillors and officers. This report presents to Council the outcomes of the General Rate Review recently completed by AEC Group. The review of the General Rate rating structure and levels was necessary to ensure equitable outcomes across and within various rating categories. Approval is sought for rate modelling to be prepared consistent with the proposed rating amendments, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Shane. Any questions in regard to the report? Shane, I guess just a couple little questions from me. In regard to the consultant AEC Group or Australian Economics Consultants Group, rating Council's existing structure as generally sound, was this based on benchmarking across other local governments?
Yes, Councillor Jeff, AEC undertook benchmarking across many local governments in Queensland, and I believe it arrives at best practice.
Thank you, Shane. In regard to the key driver for this review is the foundation of the state government, the department, particularly of local government, the guidelines for equity and fairness. And based on the report and the recommendations, do you feel that the rating structure, proposed rating structure, fits those equity and fairness guidelines for the state government?
Yes, with the reviews is that we feel that it actually enhances equity and fairness overall. Basically, the existing structure we have is as was rated sound, but this actually improves the existing system, so it is all more equitable overall.
Thank you, Shane. And just in regard to processes with ratings, and we've done this in the past with water and other areas where it's a new rating or a change rating, is there intent with this one to also have capacity to implement over a time frame, be it 2 or 3 years?
Yes, Councillor Jeff, so there is opportunity to phase or stage this in over 2 or 3 years, or even in some instances that is possible. It could even be done over longer, but certainly we'll be aiming to look at 2 to 3 years as probably our main goal.
Fantastic, Shane. My final question is around the communication of this going forward, and noting that Jason is in the room from communications team. Maybe it's one for him, Shane, or you if you'd like to handle it. And it's in regard to if council was to approve this rate modelling, noting that this is only one element of our rating and budget process. There would be obviously opportunity, as we have around budget time, to explain ratings and what have you, but is there an intent on doing this element of the budget process earlier? And if so, what does that look like for the community?
Jason, you're welcome to probably answer. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Jason. Welcome to you. You're right, Shane. Jason can use the other. There's another microphone there if you like. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Jeff, and through you, Acting Chair, to you. Yes, the answer is yes. We understand Council's intent around bringing this item forward today was to separate, I suppose, the communication around this particular item and our budget. So what we can do from here, should Council, I guess, decide to implement the rating review, is talk to those most impacted. So that will form, I suppose, some correspondence from Council to those most impacted. So teams within CCE will work with the rating and finance team to develop that. We'll provide opportunity for those people, I guess, to contact us if they have any further questions. But yes, that's our intent, is to do that before the budget process.
Okay, thank you very much, Jason. Appreciate that. So, councillors, we have a recommendation before us, which is noting the confidential attachment 1 and approve the rate modelling. Approve that rate modelling. Be prepared consistent with the proposed rating schedule amendments for Toowoomba in attachment 2. So there's those two elements, and this is around the structure predominantly. But in doing so, Shane, can I thank you on behalf of council for your leadership in this. This is our first rating review as an amalgamated council, and good reasons for that. But we appreciate your work along with Kim, who's in the room, and Drew and Andrew as well. So really do appreciate your knowledge and empathy towards the role that you play, Shane. It's actually, you know, we talk about benchmarks. You are the highest benchmark right across the state, and we do appreciate it. So, councillors, there is a motion there before us. Councillor Shine.
Just a question in relation to the communication that Jason spoke of. I take it that until the budget is approved, there is no certainty about what the figures might be in relation to each residence that's involved. Is there some restriction, therefore, that'll have to be observed?
Yeah, Councillor Carey, thank you. Basically, is that there is still work to be done with councillors in consulting with you over the proposed changes. So, therefore, for example, is that we would need to take the time to make sure we get this right. And the normal time for council to actually announce the values, the quantums, if you like, is at the budget adoption. But certainly, if there's information we can give to affected ratepayers around structure, we will look at doing that.
Thanks very much, Shane. So, councillors, there is a motion there before us. It's in two parts. I don't propose to read that again. Someone like to move that? Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Any need to go into debate, councillors? If not, let's put the motion. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. Thank you again, Shane. Very much appreciated. Thank you to your team as well. Councillors, we move then to item 13.4, which is the Southern Queensland Regional Organisation of Council's proposal, and the author is Michael Duff. And Michael, thank you for your attendance to present this this item as the author. And I might just hand directly over to you if you'd like to introduce it, and we'll ask some ask for questions after that. That's right.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Afternoon, councillors. In presenting this report, my first action is to ask for a change in the report for the minutes. The change is, in hindsight, a drafting error on my part and inconsequential to the decision. The minor change is to remove the first sentence of the second paragraph of the executive summary, which includes attendees at the meeting on the 23rd of August. This report is not a minute of that meeting and the specific attendees are therefore not relevant. It's also consistent with other sections of the report. But now on to the report. Since October 2022, 4 councils, Southern Downs Regional Council, Western Downs Regional Council, Goondiwindi Regional Council and Toowoomba Regional Council have discussed the option of forming a Southern Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils, or SQROC. The discussions have moved to a discussion paper which is attached to the report for your consideration. A regional organisation of councils is a collective and collaborative organisation that pursues and represents the high priority issues identified by the group. ROCs are formed as a formal entity that have an option to be incorporated and employ generally, or they do employ, an executive officer as the secretariat. An advantage of an incorporated ROC is that it can apply for relevant government grants directed towards regional issues. ROCs are also considered as an advocacy group, and this was highlighted at the recent ROC Assembly held here in Toowoomba, where the agenda focused on preparations for lobbying opportunities for the state government. Council is currently involved in a formal and subscription-based ROC, being ComSec, or the South East Queensland Council of Mayors. This group is known for SEQ City Deal, 2032 Olympics bid. They were all secured, as well as other regional opportunities. Council also provides internal resources for an informal council grouping through the Darling Downs and South West Queensland Council of Mayors. This group is collectively working together on a regional waste strategy, CSIRO, freight transport study, and are looking at future opportunities, including applying for a designated area of migration. This is an evolving group at its last meeting discussed opportunities for advocacy to state and federal governments. Council already, through this, collaborates with proposed members of SQROC through the Darling Downs and South West Queensland Council of Mayors on some regional issues. The alternative to forming a regional organisation of councils would be to use the Darling Downs South West Queensland Council of Mayors, or a subset of this forum, as an opportunity to collaborate with each of the proposed SQROC member councils. There are limited additional benefits for Toowoomba Regional Council joining the proposed SQROC, as council already effectively works with each of the 3 councils on specific issues on an informal basis. On a pro rata basis, the recommended levy structure would see council paying between $47,000 and $60,387 annually for advocacy on prioritised work that could be done using internal council resources. Page 5 of the discussion paper provides 2 recommendations that could be incorporated into a council decision. At this time, the recommendation is that there is no significant advantage for council to move to form or be part of a formal SQROC.
Thank you, Michael. Are there questions, councillors, in regard to this? Councillor Tim?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I look happy with the recommendation. My only concern from a position of knowing very little, to be honest, about ComSec and how it works, when we have a lobby body from all of South East Queensland, and there's a potential that we may get lost with larger councils in relation to, or as opposed to one where we are the largest council. That advocacy role, and it's mentioned in the purpose of the report to ministers and to federal and state government bodies. Do you think that it's done adequately through ComSec, that we get the best outcome, or do you think that one where we are the big fish in a smaller pond may be better for that advocacy for us?
I suppose the response to that is probably also included in the report, in the fact that we do through ComSec lobby for larger projects such as the SEQ City deal, and also the Olympic bid was through the SEQ Council of Mayors, and there's been transport studies that we will benefit from if they are supported by other levels of government. So that's on the SEQ, South East Queensland Council of Mayors side. On the alternate side, with the likes of Darling Downs and South West Queensland Council of Mayors, if there was a regional issue that was overlapping to a number of those councils that may be within the potential South Queensland ROC or outside of the, or additional to the SQ ROC, we could do that now without a formal structure. We could advocate with those other councils without a formal structure and use internal council resources. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. It does. Look, I'll leave it at that. Thanks. Good answer.
Councillor Carroll and Councillor James, Councillor Kerry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just adding to what Michael has said, it's not just those things that he's mentioned. The Council of Mayors had a project running over 2 terms of council called the Magnificent Seven, of which the bypass had #1 position. And I don't think it should be discounted how much that contributed towards us getting the bypass out here, because Campbell Newman was the chair of ComSec at the time, and he was also the chair of the Infrastructure Committee of ComSec. So all of those things on the Magnificent Seven were realised, and not all of them were in the city either. There was the Toowoomba bypass, the Black Soil interchange, the Kingsford Smith Drive, Sunshine Coast Airport runway upgrade. I can't for the life of me remember the others, but then after that there was there were 5 projects that actually came the next time, and I think 4 of those have actually been realised through lobbying and other things. And whilst I totally agree with what the report, Michael's report, says, I attended the full day of the Downs and Southwest Mayors forum that we had down here, and I think that between the two, between ComSec and the Downs and Southwest, I think that our community can be well looked after. And I think I totally agree with you that most of the things can be done through there. Like we've got the CSIRO tool that's marking things for future heavy vehicle road upgrades and other things, the tools we need to lobby for funding from the federal and state government, because it's actual proof of what's happening there. So there's all those things that are being realised, and I personally can't see what the advantage would be for our community to be joining another one. And I think that we have all those tools at our disposal now, so I totally support the recommendation.
Okay, we're almost into moving and seconding and debating that.
I'm sorry, Mr.
That's okay. We'll
just have some information sometimes that other people actually mightn't be aware
and
of.
it was useful information for sure. Councillor James and Councillor Kerry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My question, I'm a bit on the fence with this one, and I guess my question I wanted to know, Michael, around is, I know we go through the costs and that would be incorporated with this, but then just in the reasons for recommendation, just the line I'm picking up, it's page 245, but just around, so just sort of talks about the costs and sort of said annually for advocacy on prioritised work that could be done using internal council resources. So I suppose take out the, should we be a part of this organisation, or what the cost might be. I just want to ask about could be done. So I mean, are we going to do that? Should we be doing that? I mean, like understanding the level of work or what could be done through this group, or if we say are we going to prioritise it and do it internally instead?
That is a decision for council. I know that in previous years there have been advocacy campaigns in the lead up to state and federal elections that have been done specifically on issues that have been focused on Toowoomba Regional Council alone, but and they could there is no reason why we couldn't cooperate with a broader group without a formal structure if we were going to advocate on behalf of a broader region. And already at the last South Queensland, Darling Downs and West Queensland Council of Mayors, they're talking about going down to Canberra or to talk about a DARMA, a designated area of migration agreement on behalf of the region without a formal structure, without the formal rock behind it, just as a group of councils.
Yeah. So therefore the costs, so you're thinking about internal costs as opposed to...
Well, I'm just thinking internally, is it an action that we're going to undertake or should be undertaking, like as opposed to looking at this is what the costs will be for a part of an organisation that does it. I mean, is the work valued in what, is this role valued in what we want to pursue ourselves or not?
Yeah, and I guess it's an unknown, I guess, to a degree.
A broader question for council itself.
True, yeah, I suppose I probably haven't worded it right, but I suppose, like, if you can see where I'm coming from, it's kind of saying, well, you're better off being in the tent than not, or how's the work going to be carried out internally anyway, or are we even going to carry it out internally? Like,
so
anyway,
I think
I'll leave it at that, yeah.
I think Michael's tried to explain as best he can some of the initiatives that are happening in parallel as well, but they'd be specifically targeted. And I think, to be honest, the waste contract is a great example with Western Downs, to be fair, and they talk about that regularly. So these things happen by default. So hopefully that answers to a degree with what you're doing. So it does take time and effort to do that, irrespective. Allocating funds to that role may be tricky because it could be part of business as usual role as well, from a procurement perspective. Councillor Kerry?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. My question was also in relation to that last line of the penultimate paragraph. And my question was to Michael was, would he imagine that he would be the internal council resource doing the work, and would that be within his capability in terms of time and resources at the moment?
Well, currently I do, my role acts as the Secretariat for the Darling Downs and South West Queensland Council of Mayors, and I do feel like one of the strengths that I actually bring to the role is an advocacy role, and that will be more highlighted from my actions for council as they were 2 years ago when I was in the media team. I suppose that as a personal response to that, yes, I personally bring more of an advocacy role to the Secretariat of the Darling Downs and South West Queensland Council of Mayors.
Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Rebecca, then Councillor Nancy.
It's just a minor one. Thanks for the report, Michael. Noting that you have requested that first sentence in the second paragraph of the executive summary to be removed, but our mayor was present at this meeting, wasn't he?
Our deputy mayor was present at this meeting. The mayor had another scheduled meeting in preparation for the Darling Downs and South West Queensland Council of Mayors for that at that time.
All right. I thought in his report, in the Mayor's report, it says attended a meeting regarding the Southern Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils discussion paper. That's this, isn't it?
Yes.
That may have been a meeting prior to the one that we had before the Rock. I'm not sure what that one is, but this was attended by the Mayor of Western Downs and the CEO, the Deputy Mayor of Gundawindi and the CEO, the Mayor of Southern Downs and the CEO, and the Deputy Mayor of Toowoomba and the CEO.
Mm-hmm.
Just 8 of us.
I'll follow it up for accuracy with the Mayor for his report. Thanks.
Yep. Councillor Nancy?
Could I move the recommendation, please?
I was just going to add a second line to it if there was a will to do that. I'm happy for you to still second it, Councillor Summerfield. The second line is just simply to continue to collaborate with other local governments to achieve mutually benefited outcomes for the community. The first line, Betsy says
I
no,
disagree
but,
with point 2. We already do that through our Darling Downs and South West councillor mayors and our SEQ councillor mayors, so I don't think there's any need for that. I think just number 1 is what I'm happy to move.
Okay, well, the number 1 is there. We can just remove number 2. Thank you. So that's the motion there before you. So we've got a second of that motion? Happy to second, Councillor Carroll. Seconded by Councillor Carroll Taylor. Any conversation or debate required? There's no debate or conversation required. We'll put that motion to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? 1 recorded. No, not required to record. That motion is carried. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for your work on that. Okay, councillors, we move then to item number 14 and 14.1 in particular, matters of which notice has been given, and the matter is relocation of the taxi zone to the western end of the bus and taxi zone on Margaret Street near Grand Central. Councillor Melissa Taylor, hand over to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I will take the motion as read, and my reasoning for doing that is currently the zone consists of a bus zone at the top of that particular zone, and then a loading zone for passenger vehicles, 2 minutes max, which I'm assuming is for Uber drivers, etc., and then a taxi zone. Since the expansion of Grand Central, the predominant public transport bus zone is now located on Victoria Street, and the bus zone on Margaret Street is now used only by private buses and is infrequently used. And I've got that particular information from Grand Central themselves. This particular taxi zone on Margaret Street at the end of the zone is difficult for more vulnerable pedestrians to access. The area is down a steep section of the road, making accessing up and down extremely difficult for wheelchairs, walking aids, elderly pedestrians. It would be easier for the elderly and more vulnerable pedestrians to access taxis if the taxi zone was at the top of this zone, closer to the automatic doors of Grand Central. This western end also has more shaded area, chairs, and also a trolley bay, making it easier for pedestrians accessing taxis. I realise this is an operational matter, but as I have received communication from members of the community and I have also had discussions with Grand Central about this matter, I am bringing it into the public arena. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. I note that Acting General Manager for ISG, Eric, is in the room as well. Are you comfortable, Councillor Melissa, if we just get some information from Eric as far as how this fits with an ISG situation? Eric, are you comfortable to talk, noting that you're in the room? I assume you knew this item was coming up.
Yeah.
Thanks, Eric.
As Councillor Melissa mentioned, it is an operational matter to a point. We would just undertake some further we would very willing to investigate it, and it's probably right. We just need to do some confirmation with some consultation around all of the relevant stakeholders would be my only comment. But yeah, it may very well be the best outcome up in that area. We haven't investigated it in detail, given the short time frame that we've done. So that would be my only comment. So we'd have to just do a little bit of extra consultation to make sure we're not disadvantaging, make sure we come to the best solution.
Thanks, Eric. I wonder then, given that's the case, this is a decision to change it. Should it then say subject to the consultation period at the end of that? Councillor Melissa, you'd be comfortable with that?
Excuse me. Yes, certainly. Thank you.
So, Eric, do you know sort of like a time frame for that? Given that it'd be nice just to put something on in this motion as well. Within 10 months? Oh, 2 months. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. So perhaps with your indulgence, Councillor Melissa, we just add those things to the end of that, subject to community consultation or stakeholder consultation.
Or just consultation.
Or just consultation, subject to consultation, and therefore, would you need to have a report to come back, or it would just go straight through? So it's operational, so
Yeah.
subject to consultation.
As already stated, it's operational, and I'm happy. I just, for it to stay operational, I just, as I said, wanted to bring it to the public arena. After the tragedy that happened earlier this year, I've had many communications from the public wanting it changed.
Okay, so the motion there is now slightly changed up on the screen for you to consider. Is the consultation period 2 months, Eric?
Subject to consultation and action within 2 months?
How about we add within 2 months at the start, so that council changed the bus and taxi zone at Margaret Street, the western end, such and such, within 2 months, or something, put it in the first part, and then have subject at the end.
Yep.
I will have asked the acting general manager, and he's assured us that that is the case, so that's what we're going.
That was actually nominated by the acting general manager himself.
Yeah, so we're just finalising this as we go through. There's a couple of questions here. We'll just wait for that to get finalised up on the screen there, that the mover's comfortable with it, and if we can get a seconder for it, then we'll go to some questions. That looks, that reads pretty well, actually, I would have thought. So moved by Councillor Melissa. You have a seconded by Councillor Nancy. We'll let it sit for the time being and go to questions, if there are questions. So Councillor Carl, and Councillor Megan, and Councillor Kerry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you to Brian or Eric. What happens if, pardon the pun, the wheels fall off and there's an objection as part of the consultation, and we've given a directive, an operational directive to the organisation here? I'm just a bit concerned that because it's been raised in this forum, then I would reluctantly say it probably has to come back before we do too much, just in case we haven't thought about something, just in case I don't know the specifics of it, but the taxi people might take objection to it. I don't know. There might be a group of stakeholders that we haven't thought about. There might be private bus owners that deliver their clients, disabled people, to that point, within close reach of the automatic doors. I don't know that, so I'm just a bit hesitant. I agree with the intent of being effective, but I'm also very reluctant around an operational matter, giving a directive without it sort of.
So we're probably we're on the verge of going into debate here. But Eric, you're confident that the consultation will cover users and what have, similar to what Councillor Carl has pointed out, because the assumption that I would have with this motion is that subject to consultation means that if there's a concern, that it would come back, or it wouldn't happen, or it would go ahead.
Yeah, if this was an operational request, we would investigate it and then action it as appropriate. So that's what I'm saying. We would investigate it and subject to, it very well may be the right solution.
So the subject to would cover what Councillor Carl is referring to as there could be some nuances we're unaware of in the room that will bring out.
We could certainly come back to council if it's determined that it's not appropriate.
Sure.
We would do that, yeah.
That's, you can't right with that, Councillor Carl. Councillor Megan, then Councillor Kerry, then Councillor Rebecca.
I just had exactly the same question. I was just going to say, should it say that council consider changing the bus and taxi zone subject to consultation, just in case anything comes up in it?
Well, I think we may well have answered that with the last question, I think so. Councillor Kerry?
Yeah, no, I had misgivings about it too, because consultation, as Councillor Bill has indicated, might turn up some surprises from taxi drivers, but might also, the bus people might say that going at the end, at the western end, next to the pedestrian crossing, which would be, I think, would mean an obstruction for people crossing, crossing the road there. It could be a danger, things of that nature. To my mind, it would be better to have the consultation, then consider the motion, rather than doing it the other way around. If at all, we should be entering upon operational matters anyway.
So, and given that you had your hand up before Councillor Carl's question was answered, has the answer given you confidence now that if there is consultation that comes back, raises those concerns, that it would be something that would potentially come back to council? Given what you've heard, because the answer was given before you.
Well, I'm unsure, to be honest.
Okay, that's all right. Councillor Melissa, you might just answer on that same question,
Yes,
and then I'll go to Councillor
May I
Rebecca.
just answer, just to clarify, Councillor Shine, the pedestrian crossing is on Dent Street, and this zone is actually on Margaret Street, so it's not near the pedestrian crossing at all.
Are we talking about at the traffic
Oh,
lights?
you're talking at the
Pedestrian.
traffic lights, okay.
The signalised traffic lights, yeah. So
And I have also been given information that the taxi drivers are very much in favour of this happening because it makes it easier for them. So there has been a lot of murmurings, I believe, from the taxi cohort that it would make it easier for them. So just allaying some questions there. Thank you.
that's all right. And I think the consultation will pick up on those things. So Councillor Rebecca and then Councillor Carroll.
My question's been answered, thanks, Chair.
Okay, and Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just for process, I think that doesn't make sense. That council change and then it says, subject to consultation, we should be saying consider changing the bus and taxi zones, because just for process, and I'd like to ask the CEO, because it's an oxymoron, it's saying that we're going to change it and then we're saying afterwards as an afterthought, subject to consultation. It truly doesn't make sense.
Well, the question's been asked to the CEO, so I'll let the CEO answer that one.
Yeah, I think the proposed resolution as it stands doesn't indicate whether it's positive or negative consultation. It just says consultation, so you could go and consultation. It could come back negative and you could still go and change it. But there was an undertaking given by an officer that if that was the case, we'd come back. So there's a little bit of lack of clarity in the formal decision as it stands at the moment. You might need to just clean that up a little bit. So it's very clear as to it reflects the intention of what council wants to happen.
So perhaps, Bailey, you're in the room, if you've offered in the past to assist with some wording that would protect others, council and others in regard to this. Have you given that any thought at all at this point?
I'll just move that subject to consultation to the start. So subject to consultation, that council change, because the directive is if everything's okay, we just go ahead and do it. So I wouldn't put the word consider. I would just say subject to consultation. Is there any other improvement, like a approval process we need to go through, Eric? So if Eric's just saying that it's just subject to consultation, and Brian made a good, subject to, positive consultation, council change, as Councillor Taylor said, we may as well just get in and do it if everything's okay, rather than come back for it's not a consideration. So council change the bus and taxi zone on Margaret Street at the western end of Green Central, relocating the taxi zone to the western end of zone within 2 months. I'd probably put sort of the 2 months is pretty constrictive, and if we put that as a resolution, we have to come back. Like that's a specific direction. It's always good to give management a range, like it could take 2 to 4 months. It just gives that flexibility and you don't have to come back to council with a resolution like we've had to bring some resolutions back. So I would think about a range of there, as positive as Erica's was, but he does need flexibility. I'd just change that to 2 to 4 months or, 2 to 5 months, just give that flexibility if he has to negotiate with or talk to certain, stakeholders to get to the end result.
Within 2 to 5 months. Councillor Melissa, you're comfortable with that? So just, Bailey, while you're there with the microphone, the subject to consultation, could you add the words in there that subject to favourable consultation?
Yeah, I
Or-
did sort of pass that on, that it's either favourable or positive or something like that.
And then that way, it's clear
Yeah.
that, you know, this is what you've...
Yeah.
Or generally favourable generally favourable?
I'd just say subject to favourable consultation.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Councillor Melissa, you're comfortable. Councillor Nancy?
Yes, thank you.
You're comfortable with that? So, councillors, we have the motion there before us, and we've got a mover and a seconder. Would anyone like to go into debate in regard to this? Councillor Tim, you'd like to go into debate. So, therefore, Councillor Melissa, I'll give you the opportunity to speak first in favour.
Thank you, Chair. I'll reserve my right. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Tim, against the motion, this is?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With respect for the half-page notes that are in front of me, I don't have enough information to know if I want the council to change the bus and taxi zone in Margaret Street. I've heard some hearsay evidence, but I would prefer that if there was a lobby group or a conversation first, that would come through the appropriate report, and that if this operational matter needed to come to us, it would be done through the appropriate channels. With respect, I just don't know that if I don't know if I want it changed from the information given, which is why I'd need to speak against it.
Just going off track here, I wonder if the likes of the your Disability Advisory Committee mightn't be a bad one to actually consult with as well during this, if it goes ahead. So, Speaker in favour of the motion? No speaker in favour. Councillor Melissa, you've reserved your right to speak. Would you like to speak and then perhaps sum up all in one?
Thank you, Chair. I think I've said all I need to say, really. This is a reaction to some distressed members of our community really struggling up and down that steep hill of Grand Central. It was okay when the Maya entrance at the bottom there was open, but now it's closed, and it makes it very, very difficult for them to traverse up and down that hill with their walkers and wheelchairs and elderly pedestrians. There's also no shade there at all. I was there again after several times, but again last week, to see a family there, and one of the family members in a wheelchair in a searing hot sun, whereas waiting for a taxi, whereas if they were up on the western end, there is shade, there's chairs and a trolley bay as well, so it makes it much easier for people exiting Grand Central at that particular point to access a taxi. And after my meeting with Grand Central, they said that the bus zone is infrequently used. It's more for private buses, and they tend not to use that, so it's more for taxi zone, more taxis park there, and a lot of our members of our community catch taxis from that particular point. So for them to go up and down that hill is very, very difficult for them. So this would really help the vulnerable users of our community.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. That completes the debate. So we'll go to the vote. Those in favour of the motion before you, that's subject to favourable consultation. Council change the bus and taxi zone of Margaret Street at the western end of Grand Central, relocating the taxi zone to the western end of the zone within 2 to 5 months. Those in favour of the motion? Nice to get those numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those against? 3 against. 7, 3. Thank you, councillors. We move then to item number 14.2. Matters for which notice has been given, investigation of changing the one-way traffic flow on Union Street between Annan Street and Ruthven Street. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. My motion is that a report be brought to Council before end of 2023 investigating changing the one-way traffic flow on Union Street between Annan Street and Ruthven Street, travelling east to west, and change it to travel in a west to east direction, and to bring a report to... Oh, sorry. I've already said and bring a report. My apologies. The reason is that the current flow of traffic on Union Street currently directs drivers out of the city centre, as you can only turn left onto Ruthven Street. The changing of the direction of traffic will also be safer for pedestrians. Currently, it can be difficult to see pedestrians crossing at the western end of Union Street at Ruthven Street, and by changing the direction of traffic, it will make it safer for pedestrians to cross. Changing the flow of traffic, directing traffic to turn left onto Union Street from Ruthven Street, also directs the traffic to longer parking areas of the Toowoomba City, offering visitors to our city centre more parking options, including longer time limits and encouraging visitors to stay longer in the city. Relocating one of the smart parking digital signs from one of the other corners to this corner of Union Street and Ruthven Street will also direct and assist drivers to identify these available car parks.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Again, I think it's important, the acting GM, Eric, is in the room, so perhaps Eric, given your knowledge of this report as well, would you like to make comment, noting that the report is simply that a report be prepared to council, but the time frame particularly, I guess, around that. Eric, if you'd like to make comment.
Yeah, the timeframes are reasonable. There's certainly some things we'd have to look at. There's a number of issues there that we'd have to thoroughly investigate. Could be turning restrictions and the type of vehicles that are using it, so that it would require a certain level of a higher level of investigation that we have been given some time to do there with that December deadline.
Thank you, Eric. What sort of, it's hard for you to say this, what sort of indicative costings would it be to do that sort of a study?
It would probably take an officer a week to do a week full time, but that's while they're trying to do everything else that they're doing. So, yeah, it will, indicative costing, at a wild guess, 5,000 to pluck a figure out of the air.
Okay, thank you, Eric. No, that's fine. I just note some of the figures that get bandied around the room for doing certain studies is a heck of a lot higher than that, so thank you for that. Councillors, we've got a motion there first from Councillor Melissa. We'll go to questions first. Councillor Carroll and Councillor Carey.
Not a question as such, Mr Chair, but there has at least been one report brought back to council on this particular matter. I don't know when it was, but there were good reasons why it wasn't put into place, and I suggest, I told Eric about both these motions on Friday, and so I guess that at the end of the day, it might be timely to have another look at it, but perhaps a lot of the stuff that's been done in that previous motion, and Rodney Betts, our Manager of Transport and Drainage Planning, would be the one to, and Eric no doubt will talk to him about that. So I do support another look at it in the light that something may have changed, but there has been one, and I think maybe two, brought back to council here since amalgamation. So it's just a comment.
That's a comment. You're not seconding that motion then within that?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Councillor Carey?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I must say I thought it was a good idea because the bank up of traffic at the lights at Margaret and Ruthven heading south is notorious, and this would alleviate a lot of that traffic. They could turn left into Union Lane and get out of town more quickly. However, when I first set up my office in 1976, I'm pretty sure it did go west to east, and I was just wondering if there's any information from the officers here as to why that might have been changed or what it was previously and why.
Eric, would you have any information on that change? Now, that's dating before your birth, I'd suggest, is it?
Oh, no, thank you. No, but apologies. I don't have any prior knowledge of it.
Okay. Well, given that it has been both ways, this will all be part of that report that gets rolled up. Are there any other questions, councillors, in regard to this motion? Councillor Rebecca, you are happy to second?
I'm happy to second.
Okay, so we've got a mover of Councillor Melissa, seconded Councillor Rebecca. Any debate, councillors, required? If there's no debate required, let's go to the vote. The vote is on that a report be prepared for council's consideration before December 2023, investigating changing the one-way traffic flow on Union Street between Annan Street and Ruthven Street from an east to west direction to a west to east direction. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillor Melissa. Okay, item number 15, councillors, is general business. Any other business council determines by resolution including, that's not included in the agenda papers. Any general business, councillors? If there's no general business, we move down to item 16, which is the closing of the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items and opening of the meeting to pass resolutions. Can I have someone to move by councillor Carroll, seconded by councillor Kerry. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously.
Two matters. Item 17.1. Righto. You wish to open the door? That's fine. Let them all in. You want to give them 5 minutes, or we'll just keep going? Item 17.1, in respect to the Cresbrook Dam project agreement, we have a motion that council note the confidential report titled Cresbrook Dam project agreement for the dam safety upgrade, due diligence stage 2. Do I have a mover? Councillor Von Hoff has moved that. Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded. Those in favour? That is carried. We move then to item 17.2, the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. And the motion is that council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice. Councillor Carroll has moved it. Councillor McDonald has seconded. Those in favour? That's carried. Well, councillors, this isn't the latest meeting I've ever been through, but it's getting close. So I'll declare the meeting closed. Thank you very much for your attendance. You're not listening, but anyhow, we'll close the meeting. Oh my God.